Hola, hola. Hey. Hey. Hola. Good morning, Barcelona. Good morning, Penpot Fest. It'll be short and it won't be awkward. I would like to welcome everyone to this wonderful Penpot Fest. Thank you also for attending yesterday's welcome party. For those of you that are joining online, I'm so sorry, but you get to get all the content that we're going to show and share with you today. We have a wonderful lineup of speakers. And really, before I introduce Jan and Marco here for the opening keynote, which is going to be super exciting, I just wanted to make sure that even for the first Penpot Fest ever, everyone gets the one rule. And this is a deconsecrated Gothic convent, but there's one sacred rule, okay? We can play with that. And the sacred rule for Penpot Fest is that you are encouraged to applaud, to cheer, to basically just have fun, bring fun to the stage, because we're among friends and we are supporting each other, and this is a great community, okay? So let's do a dry run. So yeah. Okay. This has now become a tradition for Penpot Fest. So let's start with the opening keynote. The opening keynote, following the spirit of Penpot Fest, is not about Penpot. It's not from any Penpot team member. It's from other communities, other open source communities. So please join me as I welcome on stage Marco and Jan. So Jan Six, creator of Token Studio, also a staff product designer at GitHub, and Marco Kren, freelance design system architect. They're going to talk about the future of design decisions, and there is a special announcement at the end. Wait for it. Thank you.
All right. I hope you can hear me all right. That seems to work just fine. Perfect. So good morning. My name is Jan Six. I'm the co-creator of the open source Figma plugin Token Studio. And I'm also a staff product designer at GitHub.
Yeah, and I'm Marco. I'm a freelance token architect working on headless design systems and also working on our graph engine at Token Studios.
Today we're here to talk about the future of design decisions and what we feel that future could look like. So first off, what is design decisions? It's something that every profession kind of articulates differently, so it's important to lay the ground rules of what we define there. Basically, it could be defined as purposeful selections made during the creative process to shape the form, function, and aesthetics of a product, service, or experience. And what that means is that we as a team come together and land on some decisions that we do to shape the future of our product or brand. And that could be many different things, many different professions, such as designers, engineers, product managers, user researchers, and many more. And that could be different things, such as architecture decisions in software, could be research design choices in user research, or the choice of a visual language in design itself. I want to focus on one specific piece there, which is design tokens, which encapsulate the visual design of your brand's perception. And that's kind of where we as plugin makers came from, because we focused on that part in design tools. They received a lot of buzz over recent years, and I just want to highlight a little bit of the history there. So they've been in existence for about 10 years and have been struggling a bit with integration, I would say, in design tools for a long time now. There is a better integration in development tools where you can then transform these design decisions to something that you can use. But design tools don't really have a proper integration up till this day. A few years back, when I was working on a client project where I had to restyle basically the whole UI of a project to look different, to feel different, to just have something that looks like the brand of the client itself, I was just really lazy, to be honest, and I didn't want to do all that manually because that meant we had to change all these decisions going from one brand to another, and that was something that took a lot of time. So I wanted to find ways how I can automate that. I decided to work on a Figma plugin, which at the time was released a few months prior, the plugin API there, and that allowed people to build plugins to extend the native functionality. Suddenly, designers were able to manage their design tokens directly in the design tool. They were able to apply them to reusable values, styles, and they would also be able to apply things that the native tool was not able to do. So they had no way to apply border radius or spacing or all of these decisions that we make in their layers in a way that lets them do that reusably. They were also able to portray their design decisions as a JSON, which would be the code representation of our design decisions. And that allowed them to just swap it all out with one click, basically. And just to recap, design tokens are a way to store your design decisions in a platform-agnostic way. And that means that we do not store them as CSS variables or something like that, but rather something that lives in the middle, that you would then take what you see on the left of the screen, all your design decisions such as borders, radius, spacing, all of that things, typography as well. You store that in a JSON, and you are then able to transform all that to different outputs, such as CSS variables, less Sass, whatever, basically. But you would be in control of where you want to transform to. And the future promise would be that we would not be tied to one specific tool. We would go from one tool to another without having to have a translation layer. It would be this source of truth where we store these design decisions. And over time, the plugin kind of evolved to more of a bridge between different ecosystems where you have the plugin in the middle, your design tools around it, and you would then be able to store these design decisions on your Git storage, for example, GitHub or GitLab or any other. And that allowed designers to use the same source of truth as their engineering counterparts. We would suddenly all speak in the same language. And that was kind of revolutionary in a way where suddenly designers had a bidirectional push and pull from the design tool to the storage, which really helped to eliminate silos and helped us to just all speak in the same language. And when I started this plugin, the decision to go open source was kind of a natural one for me because I wanted to advance the community. I wanted to make this available for everyone. And I would say it was a huge success as we received a lot of contributions there. A lot of great feedback was raised. And I think the most important piece for me was the community that we were able to build.
Okay, it's working. Great. So there's a design tokens community group working on the final draft of the design token spec that we have a standardized version of storing these design tokens. It's currently in draft stage. It's not there yet. But it helps us in the future, hopefully, to get a file format for all the tools available for us, that we have a standardized file format. At the moment, a lot of us actually are building our own implementations of design tokens, all use different standards. But we want to be interchangeable between all our tools. We want to be able to have like compatibility with design tokens. So design tokens are very, very basic. They're just variables holding references or values, nothing more. We are missing completely the dynamic decisions we're actually making. Like what we are actually choosing in a color tool, where we generate our color scales maybe. We have like very special tweaks maybe to get there. Or we have like dynamic decisions on our color scale. When we look at Leonardo from Nate Baldwin, or Adobe, that actually generates contrasting-based color scales. All of these are dynamic decisions that are like affecting our tokens. But at the end, we are just storing the final values. There's great tools out there like Shaper, which show us off how a dynamic interface actually can look like, or what the potential of a dynamic interface is, which just by tweaking a few little tiles and knobs, we can completely change our UI, how it actually like affects everything. Is it a brand customization, or is it like the contrast fixed values, or is it just contrast-based? It's just a flexible appearance, as you can see how many different versions of an appearance I can actually show here. There's actually a really great book and talk from Yesina Perez-Cruz from Shopify on expressive design systems. So what does this mean? A brand is always defined by some boundaries, but you can actually move in between these boundaries. Maybe one is the density, maybe one is the type scale, one is the spacing, one is actually maybe the color even. Like some brands don't even need to be specified by one specific color. And that's really interesting to just like be able to change your brand's perception with just a few dials and knobs. So looking at this, how do we actually make the transition from really hard references into dynamic decisions, dynamic design decisions? How do we store them actually? How do we reimagine design tokens to be able to do this? How do we get the logic of a color in there? How do we make it tweakable? How do we make it parameter-based like we have in Blender, right? Where we already have this. And that's where we're currently working on. So some step in between is like we now are releasing Token Studio platform, which has an open source core approach. So all the core fundamentals of the Studio platform are open source. And it will be a design token storage management interface, still be able to connect to all your platforms. But here we are now, design decisions that are dynamic. So how do we actually bring this into design tokens? We're adding a new layer on top, and it's called our graph engine at the moment, which brings us a node editor that lets us make these decisions and store these decisions that we have for a brand, where you have switches like, okay, red, blue, and just my output scale changes completely. And this is actually based on 3 levels that we actually introduced. One is the resolvers. That's our base resolving for one property. We have generators. That's the bigger picture for one element that we know how we generate this one. And then workflows is the big picture of the full design system, where you generate all your scales, your typography, your colors, all of it. So the resolver. The resolver takes in inputs and resolves to one specific element. So we can resolve your background color of a button with a specific input to always be dynamic. And how do we get now from static data reference to the boundaries and logics that we place in it? We do this with the node editor. So most of you probably know a node editor, how it's working. Some of you have one in the product already. It's simple. We have an input and we have an output. It's just connecting 2 dots and we get there. But now we have no logic in between that. We just brought our red to our background color. So let's add some generation in between. We want to be able to dynamically, by input, generate our color scale and then move on from that. So we are able to have dynamic color generation with our node editor and then use this one as a reference. But still, there's like no dynamic decisions here yet. We want to be able to actually choose our contrasting color that is on our button maybe, or on a background, with the contrasting value. So we're using here an APCA color contrast checker already, and you're able to dynamically choose what color needs to go on our red by a sufficient contrast. And looking at this, let's take a look at a little card example, where we already have like quite a lot of component tokens that massively scale. And if we look at our graph here, this is representative for just like a multi-theme card that is dynamically changing for the color that you input, to the color mode, to your brand, to your language. All of this is possible with a graph that first looks a bit intimidating, but at the end it's very, very easy to do it. We will also add subgraphs in the future, but that's there. And moving forward, with this one little graph, we are able to actually create near endless permutations of that card that all work just by giving you a few inputs. And all these cards are just possible with this one little graph. And that's there. Yeah. So all this resolver is open. You can check it out. The playground is at Resolver's Dev Token Studio. It's open source. Feel free to contribute. Fork off. Feel free to just try it out and play with it and give us some feedback and contribute. So now we have this in a playground. It's early stages. But let's move on. Now we have our foundations kind of locked, like we have our decisions there. But how do we get to component and pattern decisions? We also need to kind of visualize them, right? We need to store them. So how do we actually get there? And that's where Canvas from Workday already has a really great example of this. We need decision trees for our components. So if we look at a decision tree for a button, how do I actually get to the right button I need to use? It's a very simple decision tree, but at the end, the output is just amazing for us to have, because then we can already push that output into our resolver to get the really right version for our interface. Off to Jan.
So building all this with logic is really great. And that got us thinking, what if we could take it one step further? What if we could reinvent some new things in design as well? Can we maybe do that in design tools itself? Could we do this at runtime in the browser? And could we maybe utilize AI to do some of that composition of this logic for us? Because if we have logic, we could then probably do that with AI. There is a great blog post by David on the topic of dynamic interfaces, where he talks about a world where our UI is based on logic and is then constructed at runtime for the user. We would kind of feed it context of the user, the environment of the user, and use AI to then construct an interface that maybe is even able to react at the speed of feedback. He talks about, instead of looking at the breakpoints of a device, we're looking at scenarios where the UI can evolve. I believe this will usher in an age of more customization for the end user and bring a more personalized internet. Dynamic interfaces can anticipate user needs and iterate at the speed of feedback. So I felt that was really exciting and something that we should investigate.
We're missing one little thing here, which is the context. Context is very, very important. So before we can give our AI a task, we need to give it a context it's working in. We need to give it the space it has to work in. And that's logical decisions, right? We need to give it the chance to be aware of our decisions. Currently, we have them stored all over the place, but we are not really getting there. And without these decisions, we're just producing pretty pixels, right? We don't know what the underlying logic was at some points. So what do we want? We want to define how we got there. How do we got to the final output that we have at the moment?
And what about AI in design tools? Could we do all that directly in our design tools, possibly? Currently, design tools kind of play with getting AI to get us from this blank canvas to a first draft, to create variations of a prompt which we would then choose from. But I think that oftentimes we as designers already have a history. We already have a working product, and we kind of want to take it one step further to iterate based on that. So we do have these existing projects, the existing context that we put into the work that is already out there, that our users already use, that they have maybe given feedback on. And we made a lot of decisions in the past already that led us there, led us to this point in time. A lot of these design decisions form the context that we would need to make sure that AI has if we want to treat that as a proper assistant to us as designers. So we kind of need to know the boundaries and the rules in which AI should operate in for us to give proper help in design decisions. And in a way, it's similar to what we've shown before. We are designing with systems and designing with logic, and then AI could really help there and let us construct our UI generatively. As designers, we constantly make these decisions. We are constantly at this crossroad between A and B, and we decide, should we go that route or that route? And that is often based on logic, sometimes gut feeling, sometimes research. The reason for why we went down a certain path is currently not that well documented, or at least after the fact, it's not easy to understand. It's not that good to come into a design file and look at something 3 months down the road, or be someone else and not the work of somebody else that designed this. And you don't have this understanding of why did we land here. And all these decisions that led us somewhere are really important if we want to understand the full scale of our decisions. We kind of work around that by having a lot of team discussions, by sharing knowledge early and often. And tools don't really convey that knowledge so far.
So we create a lot of variations in our AI. We normally do this by hand. At the moment, we sometimes use AI assistant to create it already. But all these small changes might have a really big impact. They might impact the success rate. They might impact the user experience, all of this. And most of us like deciding on our gut feelings what we actually did. But how do we decide the winner at the moment? How do we set the constraints and goals for what we want to as a UI? And how do we actually have an objective comparison between the results? Is it only gut feelings, or is it really like measurable results that we have in this? Do we have the results of like, how many clicks do I actually need to get to my result? How do I need like, do I need to retain the context in the flow I'm working in? Or is it the success state if I'm done? All of this is just like goals we want to achieve and that we in our head already use to decide our final outcome.
Or what about user research, where we want to have all the knowledge that we gain from talking to users as something that is documented and easy for us to use? All these insights that we gain from showing variations and letting them pick one or understanding their problems is probably something that we need to feed into all that as well. Or when we start a new project, when we get assigned a task, we gain all this context, we gain all this background information that could help us understand where we need to go. And AI should probably also be aware of all that. What if our designs were connected to these decisions, to all these conversations, so that we could integrate with the project, get the real-time feedback of our team, and maybe have that feed into our designs as well? We could use all this information for future iterations quite well. So all of these things that we were just showing, and much more, is basically what we as designers use as our constraints. And what if that was the constraints that we pass on to AI, like temperature or a slider? So we could then tweak where AI is able to operate in, and we could then still jump in and tweak some values.
At the moment, we have all these decisions stored in our data, and everything is there, and we have the history where we went. It is easy to recompute, to say we made a false decision at some point, and we want to restart at like point A and get to a different result. It's easier if we have all these decisions stored in a like computable way. So getting that is actually like just changing a few constraints, giving us different outputs, giving us different variants if we branched off in a different time and space. How do we get to where we actually wanted to? We can rethink design decisions. We can rethink where we actually ended up with. Maybe the full starting point was wrong, and we just tweaked the entrance to get to a different endpoint where we are there at the moment. And we can automate this recompute, right? We can have the decisions. We have the foundations. We can always just go back in time and redo our full change, just by changing inputs to get different outputs. And that's actually what might be a useful assistant at some point, that gives us the context, or that has contextual understanding and has meaningful contribution to what we actually do in design, that gives us decision-relevant support, that gives us variation generation, that gives us input and output ranges. And that's very important. There's one very important piece still missing in this big picture. And that's actually the you, the person, the user that is actually sitting behind the interface, right? We are going into a world where personalization is more. We're going back to time where MySpace pages were still very, very important, and everybody had a different expression of themselves. Material is going that way of showing off. You can like completely customize your interface, even though it's just a little small tweak in the interface. But like, what if your user has preferences for accessibility? How do we get this into our like design decisions? How do we solve accessibility issues, contrasting colors, color blindness, high contrast, reduced motion, all of this, but like with logical decisions. But how do we actually also mix this with our brand to get a real nice output? And that's where we are trying to go. So, yeah.
So what is stopping us from getting there? What is stopping us from getting that thought to the next level to actually build this? First off, I would say we need a few things from our design tools and the ecosystem around that. We kind of need a common ground between these design tools, but also our project management tools and anything else that feeds into that. We need structured data, and we need to be able to parse this so AI is able to then consume this fully and is aware. And it needs to be open source. This stuff cannot be proprietary. It needs to be able for us to inspect, and we need to be able to have this be something that is community-driven, so we can all influence that. And then we need to understand intent. We need to connect the dots between these different services, and we need to make sure that this is something AI or designers are able to pick up easily. We need to parse this structured data in a way.
We need dynamic inputs. So we need input-driven outputs. Our inputs drive our outputs. We need user decisions at point A and B. We need constraint-based decisions that actually give us a range where we can move in a spacing density, where, for example, we can move in a component flexibility. We need a rule-based framework that we are actually able to move in. We need reliable and informed design processes. So all that knowledge is missing again one last ingredient, and that's again you. You are the person, you are the designer, the engineer, the PM, the creator. You're not like, not everything is based just purely on data. It still needs a personalization or actually like a human interaction.
So in the end, we need to make sure that we as designers trust our gut and influence designs with our designers' instincts. Data and historic context can only get us so far, but still, the difference between good and great design is often us as designers to be able to be in the driver's seat and then put our stamp on it in a way. Also for us to be in control, to make sure that the right ethics are applied, that we reduce bias and all of these things. It's quite important that we stay in control no matter what. So all of that is kind of what we feel is required, but also all of that is what we use in this resolver demo that we were just showing you. So there is a lot of similarities there, this logic in design. So what if in the future we would construct our designs like this, where we tweak these sliders and would then output something based on that, with AI able to help us construct all of this dynamically? But then again, all of that is super hard, and nothing great is ever achieved alone. So a few months back, we, as a plugin for Figma, decided that we want to step out of the Figma ecosystem and be the glue between design tools in a way, to be tool agnostic, but also live between different tools. That's why today we're super excited to be announcing something quite exciting, I think, that we are taking these first steps in the form of an open source collaboration. And we found the perfect partner for that in the form of Penpot, where we will advance all of these toolings with the team from Penpot. So I'm really excited for that. Thank you. So this was really a natural fit for us because our vision aligns just so well. We're two teams driven by open source, and I'm really excited to be doing this. So that means our ecosystem grows from just being for Figma to being there for Penpot, integrating between different tools with the mindset of this open ecosystem. We will then work on a native integration of design tokens, true design tokens that are driven by this platform-agnostic approach to bring all of that to Penpot, so designers and developers could come closer together even more. And we're also working on this design knowledge graph that we were just talking about, this really interesting niche between AI and design tools to bring all of that context to you based on your product, your brand. And all of this is going to be open source. You will stay in control. You will be able to decide where and what it's stored. You will be able to document how design decisions are made and documented. And we're kind of visualizing design, bringing it into the open even more. And we need this context for proper AI assistance, this common ground between the different tools. And again, it needs to be open source. It cannot be proprietary. We need that to be something we as a community can influence. And I think this partnership is something that really steered this. And again, this should be something that the community drives, so everyone is welcome to contribute there. We're really wanting this to be very open. And yeah, I'm super excited with this collaboration, and I'd love to bring Pablo on stage.
Hey. Okay, well, thank you so much. This is super exciting, right? This is world-class teams collaborating with each other. This is the ethos of open source. This is the ethos of open standards. This is the ethos of collaboration. So we're not just making designers and developers collaborate with each other, but actually just open source teams and communities working with each other. So we are so excited to have Token Studio, joining Penpot, Penpot joining Token Studio, and bringing something exciting, not only for tomorrow, but actually for the future. And I think the AI bit is really, really wonderful. We need open source AI, really, also for open source design and prototyping tools. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was great. Let's have a picture. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was the end?
That was it.
That was the end. OK, so That was the end. So we'll have 2 minutes break. You don't move. And we're welcoming next speakers. So. Okay. Hey, hello. Okay, so please welcome Maureen and Madeleine. So Maureen Duffy, Senior Principal Interaction Designer at Red Hat, and Madeleine Peck, Associate Interactive Designer at Red Hat. And they're going to talk about a Penpot Power Community Design team. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. So this talk is a bit of a love letter to Penpot. We're basically going to talk about how we use Penpot and why we think it's so important. My name is Maureen Duffy, and this is my colleague, Madeleine.
Hi.
And we're going to talk about the case studies of how we use Penpot as the design tool for two open source upstream communities, Podman Desktop, which I will talk about, and the Fedora project, which Madeleine will talk about. But first, I wanted to talk a little bit about the team that we work on. It's called the Community Design Team. And the Community Design Team is an upstream, community-based team of designers that focus solely on working on design for upstream open source projects. It grew out of the Fedora design team. The Fedora design team has been around for a very long time. And because we've been around for so long, and I think we do pretty good work, other communities outside of Fedora were asking us for help. So we decided to kind of expand our scope. And one of the other things that's really important to our team, and there's practical, not just dogmatic reasons for this, is that we use 100% free and open source tools to do our design work. So you kind of get the sense of why Penpot is so important to us. We believe that open source, open standards-based tooling is essential to build a healthy open source design community. And there's a lot of reasons why Penpot is wonderful for open source designers. It makes it very easy for us to onboard new contributors. And another principle is when you have community contributors to a project, they might not be working on it 5 days a week. They might be working on it on the weekends. They might be working on it occasionally. When they can log into Penpot and easily look at everything going on and get updated on how they can jump in and help, it makes it so much easier for volunteers to join upstream communities. This means we can have a more diverse population of people contributing to the design of open source. It means that open source will be more useful for more people. So this is a really critical feature of Penpot. You also, when you invest your time as a designer into learning an open source tool like Penpot, you're investing your time and your energy into learning something that's not just going to disappear, because it's open source. There's a story that I like to tell how I can open up GIMP files that I made as a 16-year-old girl, but I cannot open up files that I had to make in a proprietary program 10 years ago because that program doesn't exist anymore and it was a proprietary format. So open standards-based tooling that's open source is very important to upstream open source communities. You control your files. One of Penpot's earliest features that we really enjoyed is the ability to export, and I'll show you why that is so important to us. It helps you organize community feedback, you can prototype without code, and it makes it very easy to access assets. Before we picked up Penpot, we were using Git repos to store design assets, and I don't know how many designers are in the audience that know Git, but it is not a fun tool for designers, so having something like Penpot that's tailored to us is very important. But also, Penpot is very useful for open source developers. I don't know if anybody has played the game, hey designer, where's the latest mockup? I can't find it. Oh, it's sitting on my laptop and I forgot to upload it, oops. Because of how Penpot is structured, they can just log in. If I'm on vacation, log in and see what I was working on. They can find the assets. We don't have to have that ping pong back and forth alignment between developer and designer to catch up. There's the CSS developer mode in Penpot, so I don't have to answer lots of questions about, oh, what font is that, or what color code is that. The developers can sort of self-service and not feel like they rely on me for that information. It also enables live interactive design sessions between design and developer. Working in open source, we work with people who aren't in the same physical location of us. We work with people who are all over the world. So we can both log into the same workspace in Penpot and then be talking over a video call or over a phone call and design together live on the same screen. It's a total game changer. And the final thing, and this is a little bit dogmatic but a little bit not, is there's no proprietary tooling needed. A lot of open source developers are in open source because they think that they really believe in open source. So why would a designer come to an open source project and introduce some proprietary tool, right? But there's also another practical reason for that, is that not everybody can afford these tools. And we want to open up the design of free software to everybody who might possibly use it. And that includes people who might not have a license fee for this program or that program. So basing all of your design work on open source tooling helps level the playing field, and it helps be more inclusive of everybody in the world who might use the tool. OK. So now let's talk specifics about how we're using Penpot. So, and actually, there's a little trick I want to show you. So right now, this is Podman Desktop. It is a container management tool. This was designed in Penpot, but this is the running application. And as a kind of a full circle, it is running Penpot on my computer right now. So when we demo and show you our assets, they are running locally on this computer. So this means when I go home on the plane back to Boston, I can open up Penpot on my laptop and work on it, no internet connection. These kinds of things are important. They matter. OK. So again, what is Podman Desktop? It's a cross-platform open source tool for basically building containers and launching them onto Kubernetes. The team structure, and my team structure is a little bit different than Madeline's, so you'll see how like different team structures use Penpot. Basically, at any given time, there's 1 to 2 designers, because I occasionally have interns, working embedded in a larger development team. It's cross-geo, it's cross-functional, and we use a sprint-based approach. And this is just a little, because this is we primarily use penpot.app, the hosted service, so you can see how actively we use it. We have 21 members, designers and developers in the workspace, quite a lot of files and projects in it. So the number one, and I'm going to go through 5 ways that we use Penpot. So the first way here is for user research analysis. So earlier this year, we completed a contextual-based user research study. And what we did to analyze, we basically broke out this Penpot, had everybody participating logged in, and we went through the raw data. We basically had like a spreadsheet of all the data we had gathered from speaking with users. And we just went through and made cards for each little data piece that we thought was of interest. And then we did some group exercises to cluster the cards together. It's a card sort type of activity you might be familiar with. And then we took those and we duplicated the page, and then we sorted them into categories. And then based on these categories, we ended up writing a 20-page user research report. We shared that with product management, we shared that with marketing, and that helped us plan future features in the tool. So Penpot is great for this. The fact that multiple people can log into the same canvas and participate in something like this is very, very useful for us. OK, so another way, we use Penpot for brand asset management. Being able to build our own custom libraries of our brand assets, including icons, illustrations, palette colors, is so helpful. It ensures that when I'm onboarding an intern who's with me for maybe the summer or maybe a semester and then taking them off, they can just import those libraries into each file and not have to worry that they're doing anything wrong. And we use Tailwind for our front end. So we have all the names of the palette colors are the same as the Tailwind. So when the developers are inspecting, they know exactly what they need to use in the code. So it's very helpful. And I can give a quick demo of what that looks like. So we have the Podman brand book here. And we've built out palettes and assets in the file. We also use it for some product marketing. And this is something our product manager, actually, I didn't do this, our product manager did this, just building like a standard template for screenshots that we use in presentations or marketing materials. It's very helpful for this. And again, having all these files in one place that's very visual and very easy to see makes it very easy for different members of the team to go in and understand what's going on. OK. 3 more. OK, so new feature design and specification. This is really the bread and butter of how I use Penpot. So going through all that user research, I have a mission that I have to build a new screen design, a new flow. So what we'll do is I'll just and I'll show you kind of, this is a simulation of what the actual hosted one works. But you can see like the breakdown of how we have this organized. So I'll make like a fancy little title card for each feature. And then once you're in the file, it's very messy. I don't have good file hygiene, sorry. But you can see how we have all these different variations. And basically, we have weekly calls that are UX sync-up calls. And we'll open this up and screen share. And then everybody will give their feedback, and we'll walk through. And I'll use the comment feature to note what everybody is saying. And then when I go back up by myself to iterate, I'll have all the comments right there, right in the place where I'm designing. It's very helpful. And then bug fixes. So occasionally, like I like to work on new features because that's the fun bit. But every now and then, there's some little bit that needs fixing, or like this icon is not just right, or this thing is not, the interaction's a little awkward. So what I'll do is I'll organize things based on either the PR or the issue number. So you can see how they are named here. And I can have, this is like an example of where we didn't have a style for alert boxes, and we base everything off of Patternfly as like an upstream. So I had to look at the Patternfly guidelines and figure out how to translate them to Podman Desktop. So it was just a little quickie. But then everything is organized by the PR number, so in the future, if we need to refer back to it, we can. OK, and finally, and this is the feature I really love. So I get to participate in sprint reviews alongside the developers and have cool-looking demos because of Penpot's prototype tool. So I can show you here This is a flow that I did. We're designing a new onboarding feature for Podman Desktop to walk users through the initial setup. So it's a completely click-through workflow. And it really, just being able to do that so easily gives the sense, oh, this is how it works, OK. And I get much richer feedback than if I just had flat mockups that were not linked at all and were not click-through. So that kind of concludes my talk through how Podman Desktop uses Penpot. And now Madeline's here to talk to you about how the Fedora project uses Penpot.
Yes. Thank you, Mel. I love learning about what my awesome coworkers are doing, and I'm so excited to be in this beautiful space with everyone here. So, hi, I'm Madeline, and I'm ready to talk about the Fedora design team. And if you didn't know what Fedora is, basically, the Fedora project, it's an open source project focused in producing an open source operating system, aka Fedora. And our core design team is made up of 5 to 10 community members. They come in and out when they please, but I'm always here as the team lead. And that doesn't even count the teams that we work with under us, like Fedora Marketing and Fedora Mindshare, that have even more members. So the primary ways that we use Penpot, let's look at the stats. We've got 35 members, 56 files. It's very popular over here on Penpot.
Marketing websites.
And we have, that's not even including marketing and websites, so just think it's even more. And so we've got about 4 ways that the Fedora design team primarily uses Penpot. And the primary one that I love, it's my bread and butter, is the brainstorm sessions. Everyone, in the nature of their work, has a problem, and we need to come together as a team and solve it. So it's really nice to be able to jump onto a Penpot file. We all open it up, and I can actually show you.
Just close that window.
Our last, well, I guess a little while ago, our mind map for the Fedora 37 wallpaper. And so at the beginning, we have to figure out what concept we really want to go with. People are able to upload their own images from Google, wherever they find them, and different concepts. And it's nice to be able to do this because if we were in an office, we'd just feel like drawing thumbnails on a whiteboard, and it doesn't get the same idea across. So it's really nice that this is able to then become a computer wallpaper. And on here, you can see how one of our mind maps transformed into a final wallpaper. And one of our second ways of using Penpot is website user interface designs. We love Penpot so much that fedoraproject.org's new website was exclusively designed in Penpot. And over here, we can pull up the workstation pages and all the different mockups that we have. Figuring out how it's going to look, branding, marketing, it all has to be planned here. And it's really nice to be able to have every page in the layers section just to figure it out. And on here, obviously, we have just all the different iterations that you could ever even imagine. I mean, the multiverse is very popular right now, and this is basically our multiverse. And while we were designing fedoraproject.org, one of our amazing developers also did user interface testing with Penpot. So it has many hats, and we love it for that. And number 3, marketing materials. So visuals for social media or events. I mean, I'd love to have an event like this one day. It's just easier to create with Penpot, like the grid planned, the slides planned. And when we go into the templates, you've got a huge backlog of every post that your team members have ever created. So if you need to create something that is just a variation of an old post, you're able to go back and just really easily find it. And then it's just easier with your team members to be able to suss out what's not working. So we love that. And last but not least, we have the Fedora brand assets. Kind of like Penpot, we have the color palettes, we have the logo, the guidelines, we have our character library, which I think is one of my favorite things. If you saw any cartoon characters in the slides, it was because we have the asset library. And it took me about 5 seconds to be able to take them from Penpot into this, and they're all transparent, ready for whatever I need. And it's great when you have someone new joining the team, and they don't know where or what makes up a Fedora guideline or brand color, and you're like, this is where you can go. So that is what makes up our love for Penpot. So I think questions, right?
Yeah. Does anyone have any questions for us?
It's okay if they're still forming.
Hello. Okay, so love the talk and everything. I have a question. You mentioned some of those projects are community-based design projects. Question is more, how do you leverage having in-house designers with community designers? How do you do this kind of onboarding? It's easier to think about development onboarding, but designer we are at Blender, for us it's more like a foreign subject to rely on externals, so I'd love to hear more.
Sure. So there's a theory that one of my colleagues in the Fedora project came up with called the flywheel theory of open source. And basically the idea is that you need at least 1 or 2 people in any given community who are there kind of all the time, that they're the flywheel making everything else go. And the way that I view the community design team is there's Red Hatters like myself and Madeline who serve as the flywheels. We're sort of always available and present to help out and like make sure things are moving forward. And then as community members or as interns on board, we're there to sort of help facilitate the onboarding. And we have various programs that we participate in. I would say Outreachy is one of the more important ones. Outreachy is it's a program where underrepresented folks in the open source community are given the opportunity to have a 12-week internship to work with an upstream open source project. And the way that Outreachy is structured is you break down the 12 weeks into stages. Like there's an onboarding stage, there's a stage where you're sort of planning out your project, and then there's a stage where you're implementing and cleaning up and documenting. And honestly, I use that 12-week, because 12 is a lovely number. It's 4x3, 2x6. There's like different ways you can break it up. But that's sort of how we plan bringing on new designers, is we look at it in terms of 12 weeks. What can you do across 12 weeks? And we take that idea from Outreachy and apply it to everything. So we have different things that we do at each stage, and we sort of look at new contributors as being in one of these stages, and based on the stage that they're in, we start them out with different things. Like there's the initial getting started stage where we'll set up a new Penpot account for them. We'll give them a little bit of a demo of, listen, this is where all the assets are. When you're making something new, this is where you go. Oh, sorry, that's my alarm for myself. When they get more into the more involved stages, we have weekly meetings that Madeline runs. We call it the Fedora Design Live. We may be renaming it because we're sort of trying to structure to this new community design structure. But it's basically like open office hours. Any contributors who are around that week can show up, talk to us live, ask any questions they have. We can help set direction for them. So I mean, it's very intensive. And it may be a little bit more intensive than development is. And I think that's because with development, it's sort of like you have a tree, and you can just submit a patch, pick an apple off the tree, and you're OK. And you can walk away, or you can get more involved. But design kind of goes down to the root of the tree. and that takes a little bit more investment to understand. So we sort of, when we onboard designers, we look at it as a very long-term relationship. So I hope that helps. I have a lot of thoughts and ideas about this, so feel free to reach out to me after.
And the only thing that I'll add is, because you basically said everything I was going to say, is that I think we really are concerned with good documentation, because if Mo and I are both in the hospital, like on the same day, I want someone who's slightly interested to be able to find everything really easily, and then they can come to us with any like prevailing questions at the end. So I think good documentation, being approachable on social media, and basically just like slowly coaxing people in, and knowing that it's not as hard as they might think or intimidating. Yeah.
Any other questions? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay? All right. We are ahead of schedule. This is wonderful. So I have the honor to present you Martin Owens. He's a freelance software developer working at Inkscape.
On
On.
Inkscape, yeah.
And he really wants to share his story about SVG, browsers versus editors.
Yep.
And so please welcome Martin with a applause. And then we'll have a wonderful coffee break, okay?
Yes. Thank you, everybody. My name is Martin. I'm an Inkscape developer, and The way I describe it is, I'm one of the open source developers who isn't hired by any company. I am instead directly funded by designers who basically pay me to program Inkscape. So if you're confused about why I can't say I work for Inkscape, it's because Inkscape is not a company, so it doesn't have people that work for it, if that makes sense. But today I want to talk about SVG, and we're going to talk about single developer syndrome. Now, I apologize if this is slightly developer-focused. I wasn't entirely sure what kind of audience I would have, but I'll describe it, because I think designers will have the same kinds of issues, which is basically if you have a project where only a single person is involved with its creation, it's going to have all kinds of very interesting, design considerations, right? It's going to be a bit weird. It probably works, but it contains weird stuff. This happens in code all of the time. You find a project that maybe it's a company, but it could be open source. A person has spent 5 years of their lives, 10 years of their lives crafting this beautiful thing, but then as a contributor, you go in, and their code is hard. It's hard to get into. So what I recommend to some of my clients when they hire me, or to open source projects when they talk to me, is that you get other people involved, and you get them involved soon. Because multiple brains, multiple people will basically knock off all of the corner cases, all of the edges, all of the weirdnesses that each individual brings. And that way, you get a more rounded and wholesome design, I would say. But this works in programming as well, right? We need other programmers to be involved because we need code that other people can understand. OK. So we also have a single program syndrome. This is similar. And this happens when you have a single program that uses its own file format. And I like to think of this as basically a similar kind of problem. It's true that, say, for instance, with Adobe Illustrator, you have a massive corporation with lots of individuals involved with programming it. But at the end of the day, you only have one program that's opening and saving AI files. That format is going to contain some very weird things in it. And we know this is the case because when we've done reverse engineering on things like AI files, you see some crazy stuff. So what we want to do is basically we want to files that are used by multiple programs for exactly the same reasons. Now, these are examples that are actually pretty good file formats, I would say, but they are programs that have their own file format. And it's worth knowing the amount of discipline that's required in these projects, and I want to take my hat off to them all, because it's hard to keep these formats on track when you're the only program that can read and write them. So Inkscape, though, we use SVG. And we use this deliberately, because we don't want a situation where the file is not editable or openable by anything else. And SVG is a World Wide Web Consortium standard file format. It's also the format that's used by Penpot. Another hat off, because I fully respect Penpot's decision to use SVG. Now, SVG is both a blessing and a curse, right? So the good thing is that it's stable, right? It's basically the standard that we use today is the same 2001 specification, right? It's changed very little, but it's very stubborn. It is essentially a standard that is not progressing very quickly. And so programs that want to do editing of SVG have to be very inventive to somehow take the SVG from 2001 and make it do 2023 functionality. So what we do in Inkscape is we use this thing called XML, because that's what SVG is in. And XML has this unique feature of being able to extend it using namespaces. It's basically an additional format that sits on top of the XML SVG itself. So we have plain SVG, and then we add on our own data, and we get an Inkscape SVG. The reason why we do this is because we want to preserve the editability of the document. So when you reopen that SVG in Inkscape, the multiple pages still exist, the guidelines still exist, the grids still exist, all of the things that are not visible on the screen, those are still editable. If you save as a plain SVG, you will lose all of those things. So our policy in the Inkscape project is that the SVG file that we produce will always be renderable, or at least we hope so, in web browsers. Web browsers generally focus directly on the World Wide Web Consortium specification itself. In fact, they are the most powerful players in deciding what is in that specification. The Inkscape project has been involved with the W3C for a while now in order to try and progress the file format. But it is true that basically web browsers rule. And so we have to consider the fact that our SVG needs to work in a web browser, right? And especially since Penpot is a web browsing program, it's going to need web browsers to support SVG so the program works, right? So, these are the extra things that we generally store. One of the most interesting things is live paths. These are pieces of functionality that allow you to do all sorts of crazy things. But we actually have to store that in SVG as a regular set of paths so that it can be rendered in the web browser correctly. But then we have to store extra metadata so that it's still editable. OK, so we do have a problem with the W3C. They tend to ignore basically everything we ask them for. So we say, hey, can we have guides? Can we have multiple pages? Can we have whatever it is? They say no, generally. And that is understandable, right? Their focus is on web browsers. It's not on editability. It's not on designers creating things. It's on websites showing you things. And so far, we've had to maintain our own format for almost everything that is not in that 2001 specification. But what I'd like to be able to do is I'd like to be able to move to having something that's not Inkscape specific. And the reason for this is because of what I talked about at the beginning, which is that if Inkscape is designing essentially its own editability, it's going to have lots of weirdnesses in it. And we want to have a situation where these editable SVG files that designers produce can be opened in other programs, and those other programs will understand multiple pages, guidelines, grids, and other editable elements, and at least have a straight shot at being able to use them without having to cope with Inkscape's own internal weirdnesses. So I'll give you a good example of that. There's an animation program. It was a website. A programmer basically put together a tool to create animated SVGs. It's a nice little tool. And it had to essentially dig into Inkscape's codebase, understand what Inkscape was doing when it came to layers, and then re-implement layers in its own program in JavaScript, right? And it would help if Inkscape's internal format was documented. But I think it would help even more if we had a more standard format. And as I talked about with W3C, I don't think that the W3C are going to be able to do that work. So I think it's probably about time that we as the open source community, we got together and decided for ourselves that some of these file formats should be standardized by us. And we should take the time to basically create spaces in our community to design the file formats that we want so that designers will always have reproducible and re-editable elements. And thank you very, very much for watching this talk. And I'm open to questions. I will also answer questions about Inkscape generally if you want.
Oh, OK. Hi. So I have a question. So is editable SVG meant to be a spec with the W3C, or are you looking at another organization?
So I am bringing this here so that I can start a conversation about where such a specification should find a good home. The W3C might be an idea, but as long as the focus is on editability, I think that still might work. If it's a focus on SVG itself, I think it will be buried. So finding the right home is important. If you have ideas, Mo, I would be interested in them.
Sounds good.
The first thing that came to my mind is how, like, grease pencil. So people also use vectorial artwork for animation. I wonder, and then something like Blender could also, benefit from being able to export to editable, interchangeable SVG files. Do you see animation somehow in the roadmap for what Inkscape or SVG might be able to provide, even for the W3C, because maybe people want to animate on the web with SVG?
Yeah, so from what we understand about the W3C's position on animation in SVG is that they hope to get rid of it, right? They want to get rid of animation in SVG, but what they want to do is they want to replace it with CSS animation. And the problem is that CSS animation is nowhere near as functionally equivalent as what we call SMILE or SMIL SVG animations. So we're trying to fight back because even though Inkscape doesn't support animations itself, many of our users use Inkscape and then use other tools to animate them. And we think it's important in the specification to have a functionally complete and not web-focused tool. Like the document format to us is important. And I could definitely see if, for instance, Blender was to be involved in such an organizational effort that we would make sure that animation was a part of that standard setting so that we could save all of the information that we needed. Excellent. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. Hello, hello. So this is the end of the first section of the morning. We're now going to enjoy a coffee break. We'll be back 11:30. 11:30, yes. So so we have to chill out, have some more coffee, fruit, all of that. So online viewers, we'll be telling you exactly how when exactly we are coming back. So now, just again, relax, have some coffee, interact with each other, go and get speakers and answer your unconventional questions, and see you in 50 minutes. Hola! So before we go on with the next section before lunch, a couple of tips. First, we will be enjoying lunch at the terrace. So you just go where you see flex space. You go there through a wonderful room, and then to your left, you'll see the terrace. So you can enjoy open space also. So that's for lunch. And by the way, it's open the whole Penpot Fest, so you can also be there and with your coffees or whatever. And also, the second thing I wanted to share is that you might have seen the QR code for Sustain Open Source Design podcast. I've been told there are still 3 slots available. Is it? Like, they're running, fast. So if you want to be interviewed by the wonderful folks at Sustain Open Source Podcast, tell your story about your community, your open source product, you just scan the QR code and you'll actually be enjoying the MACBA, the Museum of Contemporary Art, Barcelona. There's the room where you will have that interview happening. So only 3 slots left. It's just 15 minutes. And really, by the way, thanks Sustain Open Source Design Podcast. 4 people came to Penpot Fest. Wonderful meetup around. And now, it is my honor to introduce Jan Borchardt, co-founder and design lead at Nextcloud. We met at Lagos, Nigeria, 2 weeks ago. And I don't know if Peace or Victory are here, but he really killed it with that presentation. And this is a variant presentation for Penpot Fest. I already enjoyed it. I'm sure you're going to enjoy it too. So thank you, Jan.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, first of all, for welcoming me here. I mean, this is a super cool conference. A lot of cool people. Very happy to meet you all. I hope, so maybe you can hear a bit. I'm a tiny bit sick. I hope it's not super audible. If I start a nosebleed at a sudden point, please let me know. Yeah, might happen. So I'm here basically representing 2 communities. One is Nextcloud, a little more on that in a bit, and also open source design. The open source design community is a community of people like you, designers and developers in open source who want to spread the good word about better design in open source. So if you're not part of that community already, you can consider yourself part of it. And there's opensourcedesign.net to get involved a bit more. So as Pablo already said, last week I was in Barcelona already, just for a very short time. We had to do an emergency landing with these 2 strange people that I met on the flight or at the conference. It was not our baby, but we had to redirect. Just spent 1 or 2 hours at the airport. But anyway, Nextcloud, what I'm going to tell you, like most of the strategies, is what we use at Nextcloud. Nextcloud is an open source platform for all your digital life, essentially. You could say it's like an open source Google Workspace or open source Microsoft 365 alternative. It's like file sync and share, calendar, contacts, chat, video calls, and much more. And you will see some things featured throughout the presentation. And we also have some cool self-hosted AI features, also some non-self-hosted ones, like integration with ChatGPT and stuff like that, but also some very open source, very self-hosted ones. But the talk is about design challenges and design challenges which are unique to open source. I mean, there's plenty of things that I'm sure you know about like design rules that apply to any project, any design project. But these are some specific ones which are very specific to open source. Some of them simpler. We'll start with some simple things, and some of them a bit more difficult to get established in your team. So, for example, like with my own story in open source. I mean, first I started with a translator, as a translator and everything, not really doing design. But the first really design thing I did in Nextcloud, back then it was called OwnCloud, and I couldn't find a better screenshot, to be honest, sorry about that, was the installation experience, the setup experience. So this is very unique to open source because normally you have hosted software, you have SaaS, and this is specific for self-hosted experience that, you need to set it up properly. And we basically reduced the setup experience to be as simple as a login. You just need to put in a username and a password that you would like as an admin, and then you can click on Finish Setup. A little caveat is that it will use then SQLite as a database, which might not be super performant, but yeah, it allows you to set it up without looking at database credentials and all that not so, or say technical stuff. But yeah, so that's one point, for example. Yeah, I mean, the rest doesn't look so good, but this is from, I think, 2011, and it was very in the beginning, and it looks better after, and it looks better now also. But the point is that you need to work together with developers and with technical constraints very often, of course, in open source. So, but to the main topics, the structure is sort of 5 main things. First, a bit of structure of your team and of your work, then design process, then doing research and using work that is existing, working with the community, and then also collaborating with other projects. That are the basic 5 topics, and I will show you some nice examples that you can either implement in your project, in your open source project, or that you, as a person who wants to contribute to an open source project, can look out for. All right, so let's get started with the first topic, that is structure. And so the general thing is about having better visibility for design in your project, and also creating a place for designer, like a space where designers can meet and can organize. First thing, yeah, probably many of you know this already, having an issue tag in whatever issue tracker you use, be it GitHub, GitLab, Tiger, whatever, you use an issue tag design. Yeah? It can also be called UX or interface or whatever. I prefer to keep it simple and just have one tag called design. And then people can easily see that you care about design. They can filter for design. You can even combine it with other issue tags like good first issue, for example, so designers can find good first issues in your project, good first design issues in your project. So if you don't have that yet in your project, yeah, you can add that. And if you want to participate in a project, look out for this design tag. Next thing is having a group for designers, a specific space that you can hang out in, that you can talk in. So we, for example, with Nextcloud, we have this video chat and call and chat solution, which is called Nextcloud Talk. Of course, we use that, yeah, and we use that for the design team as well. On our design page, we have that linked as a public link. So we use that channel for public discussion. We, of course, use GitHub as well for the more permanent discussions, but this is for the smaller discussions, for the synchronous discussions. And that is, of course, very important to just be around others to talk. I mean, every one of you who uses Slack or Discord or whatever knows exactly what I'm talking about. Then another very basic thing, but that is often missing, is having design guidelines and a design page. So by design page, I mean having a simple page to see how you can get involved as a designer. I have some simple, for example, links to this talk room where you can contribute, having a link to, yeah, these are our design issues, describing your process, maybe having a little video, having a little talk of your design teams, of your updates up, whatever you think will get designers in. And also, yeah, get informed by people who recently contributed to design what they were missing on the onboarding. And then, of course, guidelines, yeah, design guidelines. That's very clear. But yeah, have those. And that's the first section. Those are like the easier things, I would say. And those are also, yeah, they're also useful in a closed source project, of course. So next section is the design process itself. Here, we'll talk about specifications and mockups, and also that it's very important to involve engineers directly and iterate. Because, yeah, of course, in open source, we work with engineers all the time, or engineers and designers, developers, everyone, people who do both work together all the time, and yeah, that is super important. So one thing that we always do is we put all the specifications in issues, and that doesn't only mean mockups, of course. That means text, written text, a lot of text. Yeah, there's mockups below that, of course, but it's always important to be clear on what should happen, on how it should happen, the different cases, and so on. So text should definitely not be undervalued, and we prefer issues for that. We have them directly where developers then work with, and we then post the mockups within the issue. And the mockups we do with Penpot, of course. I mean, So as you see, we like Penpot a lot. We use it for all our mockups, basically. I also used it for the slides. So yeah, that's also a nice way to use Penpot. And I really enjoy that. Yeah, it's just one space to do your stuff. And yeah, as you can see, like some redesign going on, something that's actually spoiling something for later. But anyway, not for later, for next slide, actually. So let me just go to the next slide. We have our new design system for Nextcloud, which allows you to easily make Nextcloud apps, design Nextcloud apps, and we did that, of course, using Penpot, because we're using Penpot all the time anyway, and we found that Penpot is really super easy to use for developers as well, because what we want to is, of course, kind of, sort of make ourselves obsolete in a way that developers themselves can use it themselves to do the mockups. Because if we need to do all the mockups, then it's really like there's only so much time in the day. And as you know, there's not so many designers in open source, or I mean, it's growing, thankfully, but still developers. There's many more developers. So we need to empower people who are not traditionally designers to do these things themselves. And we've really been seeing that it works very well. And we really hope that this updated design system, the old one we actually also did with Penpot, but this is now more official, that this does the trick very well. So thanks again, Penpot, for that. And then the next section, research. Yeah? I think one cool thing about open source is always that we have so many things that are in public, that we can use, that is existing, and that we shouldn't really shy away from using a bunch of these things that are available. Because as designers, oftentimes we tend to think like, oh, we have to do everything ourselves, we do everything like from the ground up. But I think it's super important in open source specifically to maximize our limited resources. And so to use existing material, to look at what's already there. This is, for example, something that I learned a lot from the GNOME design community, which I also like a lot, and I learned a lot from them. Looking at prior art, for example, that is the first example, looking at prior art and doing a market analysis is super important and super simple first step to see where you are in the market, in the sphere. So for example, this is a market analysis for Talk, which is our chat and video call and meetings solution. And so, of course, the comparisons are Microsoft Teams, Zoom, Jitsi, Google Meet, Slack, Discord, et cetera, And there we have a simple table where we have like features listed, issues listed, and so on. And everything is directly linked there. And we can simply see something that we should focus next on, and it gives us a really nice overview over where it's lacking or where we're better, where we can market, for example. And this is a really cool, simple step to just see where you're at. Then the next thing, I mean, pretty simple, is surveys. We also have a nice little forms tool called Nextcloud Forms. It's basically like Google Forms. And when doing surveys, of course, the one thing that you need to be aware of, especially in the open source community, and that's something that we felt very often, is that you need to watch for where you post them. Because if you post them on your Twitter and on your forum and so on, you can get quite biased responses, of course. So you need to account for the bias, or you need to work on spreading them further. That's super important with surveys then in the open source community. Then something very cool that we did together with a partner organization called Ura Design, which is an open source design agency, is some usability testing. And they gave us this great report, which included this super simple table, which I absolutely love, which, similar to the other table from before, even better, shows you very quickly what is wrong and what works well. So, I mean, if you have not done a usability test before, you see the tasks in the rows and the participants, P1, P2, P3, P5. Participants is in the column, and you see basically where they had issues in the tasks. So G or green is for there were no issues. Y or yellow is, well, some medium issues. R for red is basically the task didn't work. Yeah? So you can see here immediately first few things worked perfectly, but we have to look at sharing and analyzing results, and probably also saving results. So this really gives you a very easy look at, a very quick look at what you can do. Yeah, that's the resource section. Next thing is community, and this is of course super important for open source. And important is mostly that we need to get people excited about design, and that we need to involve a lot more people than just always our core design team, so to say. Yeah, because you have maybe, maybe you're the only designer in your open source project. Maybe you have some designers on your open source project. But regardless of how many people, it's always good to involve more people, to involve a wider audience. So let me give you some examples of that. So I showed the chat before, where you have a place for designers. One thing that you might have seen in the title and that we do is we do these regular design review calls. We heard it before from the Fedora office hours, for example. We also do it every Tuesday at 2 CET. Doesn't really matter which time. You can also do 2 different ones depending on time zone. Have a design review call, and the important thing about this is that you need to have the buy-in from the developers. You need to have the people come to you and not do the design review based on their app and then give them a list, because that's not going to really be accepted. That's something that we really saw. Next thing is, for Nextcloud Hub 5, for the latest release, we included a bunch more document templates, which is less interface design, it's more content design, but it's also something cool, and it's something where the community can contribute a lot as well. So yeah, this is something that we did for the last release. For the next release, we're going to do something similar. In this case, backgrounds or wallpapers for Nextcloud. So if you're a photographer or a designer who designs like backgrounds or anything that would work as a background for Nextcloud, join the Nextcloud background contest. So yeah, we're happy to include your work. All right, then we come to the last section, collaboration. And I think that one of the most important things to realize is that you are not the only project, or your project is not the only project. I think integration of other projects and the cross-project experience is really super important, and open standards come in here as well. Using open standards so people can use different apps, or that the software can talk to different servers. That it can be exported, imported, and everything. This is super important. So I'll just give you a few examples here. We collaborate a lot with Collabora, who are working on this online office suite called Collabora Online to bring Nextcloud Office, which is a very integrated office suite. Of course, we also work with others, like for example, maybe you know OnlyOffice, in a way that you can easily open your Office files in Nextcloud, because a lot of the documents are, of course, maybe spreadsheets, Word documents, presentations, and so on. Next thing is community developers. So we, from the very beginning on Nextcloud, we have a very healthy plugin or extension, or we call it apps ecosystem, where we have a lot of different apps like forms, maps, calendar, and contacts. They were community apps in the beginning. So this is super important for us. And this is also where we do most of the design reviews, actually. Another thing is integration with other things through some more innovative things. For example, we have this, what we call the smart picker. So for example, in talk or in a text document or in mail, you can simply type / and then you can integrate all sorts of different things like GIFs or AI integrations or different Nextcloud apps like a Kanban board and so on. Really nice across the board integration. Another thing is signing up, because, for example, we don't have a hosted solution. We don't have, like at Nextcloud.com, we don't offer like a Penpot SaaS solution. But we partnered with a bunch of providers to offer this simple sign-up solution. So we compile them. We have a list of providers that fulfill our criteria. But when you sign up, we actually only show you one. We only show you the one that is nearest to you. And that is the one that we pick, and you just put in your email address and you register. So we kept it very, very simple so that, the whole decentralization and everything, it works and everything, but you're not really faced with the decision of like, oh, do I go there, do I go there? And it just answers the question of like, Jan, what do you recommend as a Nextcloud provider? Simple sign up. And another thing, I mean, I said I love GNOME, is that GNOME Online Accounts has this super nice integration with Nextcloud where you can directly sign up, directly connect with your Nextcloud account, and that has been there for years already, and that is really the result of being active within both the communities and really just chatting to each other, and it's really like just a very cool thing. And I really love every time I set up my GNOME or my Ubuntu newly, or Fedora for that matter, you see Ubuntu, Google, and then Nextcloud, so that's quite cool. And then, of course, there's the open source design community. So if you don't know about that yet, opensourcedesign.net, and maybe the people who are involved in open source design already can raise their hands. And you can talk to them and just get involved. And every one of you, basically, I think, qualifies for being an open source design community collective member. Right, so then I think my takeaway is design mainly focuses on building a product and an experience. Yeah, I mean, of course, it's not entirely limited to that, but I think the important difference for open source design is that open source design really builds a community and an ecosystem. And that is really the super important part, that it's about community and about the broader scope, about many different apps, many different experiences, that it's not only your app, but it's about the whole ecosystem. Thank you. Is there time for questions? Or yeah, if you have any questions. I think there's a microphone coming. Yeah.
So yeah, thank you. I have a quick question. If I want to help and contribute to Nextcloud, like you gave some examples with templates, or how should I do it? Like, do you have a URL or something that explains how to do it, or?
Yeah, so as I said, it was very early in the beginning, and the URL didn't show, but it's nextcloud.com/design.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the designer entry point, essentially. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And it's also on if you're on the page in the navigation, you will also find it. But yeah, nextcloud.com/design. And we can talk later as well, of course. I'd be happy if you contribute. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. More questions?
Hello. Okay, first, I want to say that how amazing this talk was. I am a UX designer. I work in Moodle and in the community, especially. So definitely, like a lot of take points, like amazing things.
You said Moodle, right?
Yeah.
E-learning. Yeah. We have integration with Moodle as well, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. I know. So it's like I wanted to know about these review calls that you do. In this case, like these calls are anyone from the community can get in the call, or is it with more like a specific like design team, or how this works?
Yeah, so that's the key. Anyone can really join. Yeah, we have a lot of people who are actually who you would consider more like developer, or like some of the team leads also, who just join, and that's what I really enjoy about it, because they then basically learn while doing that also, yeah? And they oftentimes, for example, when I'm away at a conference or whatever, or I'm out sick or something, we have a lot of other people who are not necessarily core design team members even. I mean, we have a design team, but even if all of us would be away, I would not be worried that the design team or this review call could not happen, yeah? Because we have many capable people who know the structure, who know which questions to ask, who know what to look for, yeah? So this is key, to involve not only designers, but to involve anyone from the community, from if you have a company, but yeah, also from the community.
Yeah, that's great. And I have a question like related with it, and is that always in a community there's like a small percentage of the community has a really high engagement in all the processing with the product. I wanted to know like how you approach the challenge of bringing variety of users and perspectives. So many users that they use the product, but they don't end having such impact into the design of the product. How you, as you said that they should come to you, but not you going to them. So how you do like that call out to everyone and actually to achieve that variety in profiles and.
Yeah. So for example, I mean, that is of course like a very key question to open source in general, and I think for that, your community needs to be inclusive. It needs to be made up of a diverse amount of people. Yeah. So, for example, for that, we have a program called Nextcloud Include, which is our inclusion program, basically. And we also, in the past, participated with Outreachy and Rails Girls Summer of Code. And I think that really, serves as the base for making your community more inclusive. And like that, more diverse voices can also enter your community.
Yeah, thank you so much. Amazing.
Thank you. And I have stickers, so come talk to me later if you want some stickers. Open source design or Nextcloud. Yeah. Yeah?
I've got a question from the YouTube viewers. So Mary Blessing is asking, is there room to contribute to Nextcloud as a researcher or operations community manager?
Yeah, absolutely. So researcher in what sense actually? I mean, community manager, of course. Like we have community management people, we have marketing people, and so on. Researcher, what kind? Design researcher? Yes, would be the answer.
I suppose that will be.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, of course, like a lot of people in our design team are excited about user research, usability testing, as I said, doing surveys and so on. They should go to nextcloud.com/design, and we can go from there. The chat room is linked there, and we're open. Thank you. Yep.
Okay. Okay, 30 seconds. Everything is set up, right?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Next is Michal Malowitz. I think he was one of the first YouTube influencers to comment on Penpot's open source nature, but also the ethics behind the privacy policy at Penpot. It was a video back in 2020 or 2021, right? So we've known him for a while now. And he comes to talk about the future of design and its multiple angles. Thank you very much, Michal.
All right. All right. Hey, welcome. It's 30 degrees and I'm wearing a hoodie, which basically means I'm a slave to branding. But let's get this started. I'm going to talk about the future of UI design in particular, and mostly around, oh, not this, for some reason. All right, yeah. It's a different laptop. OK, yeah, we're back. Perfect. So we're going to talk about design trends and design styles and where I think they might be headed. So yeah, hey, my name is Michał, and I'm a professional skateboard. Oh, sorry, that's a different conference next week. I'm a designer, and I've been a designer for 24 years. And over that course, I made over 500 different projects, and it's been a crazy ride, and I was able to experience it from the very beginning. In my company, we were fortunate to work for some of the biggest brands in the world, and also literally hundreds of startups by now. And I'm very curious as a person, as a designer. So that led me to basically outline or create a couple of design trends and methods, things like neumorphism, glassmorphism, the red square method, type framing, and hierarchy strips. And I do this because when I notice some things, I just can't stand to just sit idly and let things happen, so I just kind of intervene. But here we are, 2023. So to try and predict the future, we must first understand the past. So I'm going to share my own perspective with you, because that's going to tell you a little bit about how I approach this thing, how I look at design trends, and how I understand them. So I got my first computer in 1991. It was some old Atari computer, and I was drawn to it instantly. And I was a big fan of user interfaces, but these were the kinds of interfaces that I liked the most back then. And if you remember this game, you should probably do regular doctor checkups. But then in '97, something happened. I started playing Quake, a multiplayer video game, and I played it over a modem, so the phone bills were really, really horrible. My mom wasn't happy about them. But that led me to forming a team in Quake, and then my teammate said, we need a website, and it was '97, so like, how do you make a website? Well, the only way to make a website back then, there was no YouTube, no tutorials, was to take an existing website and try to hack it and change some parts of the HTML and see what happens. So this is what I did. This is a website I did in, I think, '98. And just for context, this is how Apple's website looked back then. And you probably noticed these little 3D style borders in the tables that they used. Those were super hot, like really. Right now it looks laughable, looks old school, but these were like achieving stuff like that was the pinnacle. And making that particular website led me to also understand constraints, because all of the websites back then were tables. And if you remember TR and TD and stuff like that, these were the first design constraints that we had to face. So I was doing freelancing for a while, and then in 2001, I got my first industry job. And this is how I imagined myself while accepting the offer. But in reality, it was a 3-story building overlooking a bus stop. So not quite like that, but to all those looking for a job right now in this difficult market, let me just say this. In 2001, I was the only one that showed up to the interview. So basically, they had to hire me. But the good thing about it was that we started working with Flash in that new company very quickly. And if you remember Macromedia, it used to be an industry darling that was acquired and killed. But to me, Flash was like my favorite time to be a designer, because you could practically do everything you wanted. And this is an example, very low fidelity, because I don't have good quality screenshots from that time. But this is an example of a website we did for Nestle back in like 2004 or 5, where they had an entire island to explore, look for Easter eggs, play games, and compete and win prizes. Everything was animated alive, and it was like a delightful experience. And then around 2007, things changed into the touch-based interfaces. So obviously, I had to jump into that skeuomorphic style design, including working on some pretty obscure now devices and making apps for them in that style. Wood was also really popular back then, and both as backgrounds and as backgrounds under the mockups. And an interesting thing about it was that even when skeuomorphism was on the way out, this app on the right was a loyalty app for the Irish market, and we did a case study or like a research where we asked the users whether they prefer a wooden background in the app or they prefer the minimal one that everybody was so obsessed about back then. And 80% of the people said they want the wood because it looks like the groceries are already on their kitchen table. So the users weren't really happy about all the minimal stuff. And we also did a couple of mixes, so trying to mix those skeuomorphic elements with some traditional flatter designs. And just look at those icons. There was a beautiful time in interfaces, overkill, complete sensory overload. If you look at the home screen, you just have to process so much information, but that was just works of art. And then things changed again. The world started going flat first with Windows Phone, which was a very interesting choice, even though it didn't survive, and then iOS 7. And that leads us to an interesting revolution, because back then we used to do everything in Photoshop, work on pixels. And I worked with a very senior designer back then who was doing wireframing and basically not that visual stuff that's for babies. And he initially never touched the visuals. Like, he didn't know how to do the shadows, the highlights, the textures. And once the vector tools came along, he started doing UI because this revolution spawned a new wave of design tools that you can easily use, a little bit like PowerPoint. Just drag and drop some shapes, rearrange them, and play around. And it opened design to a lot more people. You don't need those typical graphics design skills. You don't need texturing, lighting. You can just do it a lot easier. And then material design came along, and it was the big day for design systems, obviously. There were other design systems before, but this was the first one that kind of popularized the whole thing among designers. And that leads me to today, because I think this was around that time where design started to get a little bit boring. And if you looked at material apps from the very beginning, they kind of looked all the same. And obviously, it was just a business-driven decision. Like, how can we save money? Like, let's use templates, let's use something easy to code, easily repeatable, and just business was pushing it. Because design should be primarily functional. Everybody says that it should work, and then it can look good, doesn't have to be beautiful. If it's clear, readable, and does the job, then it's fine. But we seem to have lost a little bit of the delight that I remember from the early days. And Jacob's law contributed to that because all the safe patterns were established, so nobody tried to experiment anymore. And all those systems pushed it out a little bit in favor of things that are cheaper to make. So obviously, the business loved it. Users, well, I think consciously didn't really care, but there were examples of apps that pushed a little bit further, did that delight with like a lot of extra effort, and got a couple million users because of that experience. But what about designers? So in 2019, I started looking around the design styles of that time and looked at them in a way, starting with the old skeuomorphism, going through flat design, the modern one, which was a little bit like material, all the way to new skeuomorphism. And if you look at them side by side, and this is basically the lengths of things that I go to, so I imagine how a flat app would look like if you turn it around and remove the glass from the phone and kind of stretch it out to layers. Skeuomorphism would be basically things kind of protruding from the background. Flat design would be things baked into the background. Material was just flat floating layers. And then the modern minimal was a little bit of both. And it was boring like that. Skeuomorphism was considered in bad taste, basically, until in November, a guy named Alexander uploaded this shot to Dribble. And it has a lot of problems. It's not really a design people should follow, let's say, but it sparked a lot of discussion. So I decided to give it a name. I called it New Morphism because it was like a mix of flat design and skeuomorphism. That was something new, something to explore. And I wrote that very first article about it. I tried to outline all the good things about it, all the bad things about it. And obviously, a lot of people screamed accessibility from the very beginning. There were like at least 50 articles right after mine saying, oh, this is a horrible trend because it's not accessible. And sure, but any trend can be non-accessible if you apply it to everything, if you apply it to every button, every toggle, every element. But if you look at this example behind that screaming lady here, once you start removing the non-accessible elements, if all that other stuff is still visible, readable, and you understand the structure from it, then it's going to be just fine. So then after that, I started noticing the glass components everywhere. and realized that everybody had a different name for it. Apple called it initially Aqua, then Vista Aero from Microsoft, then Frosted Glass from iOS 7, Acrylic. And yeah, to me, things like that cannot happen. Like, I can't have 4 different or 5 different names for the same thing. So I called it glassmorphism to make it a little bit easier for junior designers to learn that trend, to explore it, to try and maybe push it to some new directions. OK, but we had minimalism since 2013, since iOS 7. It was pushed really strongly. It was made easier to do with all those new design tools. But I started to realize that UI was getting a little bit boring, a little bit repetitive. And the businesses liked it, but as designers, we kind of really wanted to be pushed maybe outside of some of those comfort zones. So if you look at it this way, you can have an easy, prefabricated, templatized design on one side that's going to be perfect for most use cases. And then you can have a work of art that's impossible to do, takes, well, I don't know, 40, 50 years or something. But is there a middle ground? Is there some place where we could meet in between and create something that maybe is mostly prefab, but has a little bit of that soul, that spark? And I have to start by saying that not all products need it. So it's not like, oh, our product is made with a design system, so we don't need to do anything, just add some delight or stuff. We've done an app for, vending machine technicians. So obviously, if a guy needs to fix a vending machine, he needs the data to be clear, readable, and everything. So I don't think he needs delight in that particular scenario. So in many cases, sure, it's not necessary, it's not needed. But there is a lot of consumer-facing products that are seriously missing this right now. And delight also helps with the emotional connection. A good example of this is the Sleepiest app by Cuberto, which is a sleep tracker or like an app that helps you fall asleep better. And they put so much love and attention into that app that basically got like 3 or 4 million users. And that shows that sometimes in some of these scenarios, when you add the little heart, the little soul to the design, it can help sell more. So I was really surprised in a good way where Airbnb started doing stuff like this. And this was controversial. A lot of designers were really angry, like, how can you do stuff like that in 2023? This is old school, this is silly, how do you code it? Probably months of coding. But I think this is great news because when a big company starts doing these things, then a lot of other people notice. They notice that, oh, they were bold enough to try something. But that's not all, because Airbnb did a couple of things like that. They have a pretty minimal overall style and aesthetic. But if you look at how those little cards with the hosts behave as you scroll, they open as you scroll them, and when you tap on them, they kind of fold out towards you, so look a little bit like a book. But then the rest of the interface is pretty minimal. It's like what you would expect from an app right now, which is white backgrounds, simple iconography, simple fonts, pretty good white space. Everything works here, but these little things, or this could have been just a segmented control, or maybe some stock photo illustration changing on the top. You know, that popular style that everybody uses right now with the isometry, but kind of done from that very same set that's free. Yeah, but they tried something different here. They tried something a little bit more interesting, memorable. And just this little part, even with the little seagulls flying through the scene at the very beginning, this adds to the experience without really taking away from the functionality, because it's still a minimal, good-looking app. So I would call this unnecessary but awesome. And it's controversial mostly among designers. I asked some regular users. And of course, their primary objective is to book a room or a place as cheaply as possible and as best as possible. But these things add, and a lot of people did notice that. So now we're here with Apple announcing a, let's say, new in their own words category, because obviously it's not new either. But the fact that they are pushing it towards the mainstream actually creates a whole new playground for designers, because Jacob's law doesn't really apply very strongly to this yet. There are some patterns, there are some principles, some guidelines, but you can still experiment. You can still try completely crazy things, and even they encourage you to. So this is, one more time, this little window of opportunity for designers to try something crazy and see what happens. And I'm definitely going to be building things for this myself. So I would say that if you're a designer right now, even if you're not interested in VR, AR, and all that stuff, just play around with this, because this can give you some ideas on what you can do in regular interfaces. Because if we were playing it safe and just kind of using what we know every time, then all the apps would still have a refresh button, because that didn't come from any big company or any big OS. It came from Twitter designers that basically created pull to refresh, and it took the world by storm. But if they didn't experiment, if they were trying to keep the status quo and just keep it simple to build, prefabricated, then we wouldn't have that. So what I think the UI is going to be going forward is it's going to stay pretty minimal. It's going to be mostly those systemic approaches. It's going to be mostly clear, readable, without too many decorations. But some apps will and should be adding a pinch of skeuomorphism, so not like completely skeuomorphic, but just a tiny bit. Kind of like Airbnb did. Like, they have 95% of the app is basically standard, what you would expect. And then those little things on top of that, minimalism, just kind of push the experience towards something memorable. Like, oh, I remember this app now because it doesn't look like all the 5 or 10 other booking services. Then the next thing is going to be material exploration. And by material, I mean, right now we're using just floating flat panels that don't have any representation in the real world. But we can explore some different types of glass morphism as well. There is some styles that I'm trying to kind of look around as well right now. And as an experiment, I'm going to be making a couple of case studies this year where I'm going to design from the ground up and then code and build a completely skeuomorphic app with a wooden background, just to prove that it can be still looking good and be usable, and actually take a lot of those principles from modern design into account as well, possibly some glass on it as well. I'm going to make a new morphic app and a couple of other styles, just to see how we can kind of go a little bit outside of the norm. So hopefully it's going to be something worth checking out. And the last thing is something that is a great example from Sleepyst, as I mentioned before, which is delightful interactions. And by delightful interactions, I don't mean parallax scrolling, because that's basically, yeah, it looks nice, but everybody does that. So what I mean is like 3D transformations or something crazy, something that probably will take a month to code just for that little thing. So something expensive, something the business won't like, but something that the users will remember. And these things are something that I notice in apps. I take screenshots obsessively of stuff like that. But if you want to play it safe, if you want to just add a little bit of something different, here is an example of an app that we made recently for a client. And it's a pretty standard. It's blurring as you scroll. Many apps do that. But we picked a very weird font for the headings there. And this is like, if you just want to play it completely safe, cheap, small edition, pick a funky font for a little bit of the interface. Of course, it has to fit the style of the product, so it can't be random. Probably not Comic Sans or Papyrus, but, well, you can try. If you make it work, then you're going to win some design awards for sure. But just this little thing, explore fonts. Don't go with Inter or Satoshi or Roboto, for God's sake. Try to make things that will stand out a little bit, even if you want to keep it safe in all those other areas. And then, just to kind of sum things up a little bit, I think that the majority of interfaces is still going to be those that I consider boring but functional. And that's good. That's fine. But if we all went, like 100% of us went down that path of just using design systems for everything and having all the apps look exactly the same, then we wouldn't have a lot of the potential innovations, potential delight for the users. And also as designers, like I'm doing this 24 years. If I was doing the same kind of button roundness with the same gradient on it for 24 years, I would kill myself. So we need to push ourselves creatively. Otherwise, it's just going to get boring for us. And if it gets boring for us, it's going to be extremely boring for the users. So I'm going to end with this. If you want to follow my explorations from those case studies, I will be sharing them on Twitter and YouTube. And if you want to check out some of my paid stuff, you can use the code PenpotRocks at Hype4 Academy to get a discount. And I'm perfectly on time. Right.
Hi, I'm here.
Hey.
In your experience, what is the role that should accessibility have in a designer's job?
No, it is very important. That's I think in Neumorphism was a very good example of that, where the focus was on just those little cards, and accessibility is not the decorations. For an interface to be accessible, you need all the important elements to be clear and visible. So if the decorations are barely visible and somebody just doesn't see them because of some vision problems, that's going to be fine if the card itself is structured in a way where it doesn't even need that decoration to be understood. So if all the paddings and spacings of everything and all the contrasts there, the buttons, the fonts are good, then that decoration is only like an additional experience. So that should be fine. I'm not for doing neumorphism, for example, in every possible element, so nobody can then see that. Even people without any vision problems, or people on lower quality displays where some shadows wouldn't render right. So definitely start with the fundamentals first, the stuff that's on top of those cards, and then you can explore the decorations just to see what happens. And if it's not a good idea for an app, don't push it just because it's something different, obviously, but it might just work.
Thank you.
Hi. Thanks for the presentation. It was really cool and nice examples. I have a question. I watch you on some videos that you produce. You speak about AI tools and how it can be useful and also how not to use them. And what's your take about finding ideas for making original designs and little tweaks, as you mentioned? Is that something that you personally use, AI, to get inspiration for new little adjustments or new little changes to add on your design? Or?
All right. Yeah. So for a little bit of context, I'm actually building my own AI tool right now. So I'm exploring these things a little bit myself. And the thing is that we are trying to use AI to generate some interesting results for us. But so far, with a lot of effort and a lot of really smart and creative people building that, I would say all those results are very, very low quality. So they're not usable right now. But AI is progressing very fast. So it might surprise us and generate something useful or something we can maybe transform later into something else. Because you don't really need to have a final idea generated. You can have something that, OK, this looks horrible, but if we tweak it a little bit, then maybe it's going to be nice. Right now, AI is not there, at least not for me, as I feel like it's low-quality content at the moment from most of the AI tools. And there is a lot of also trademark or copyright violations in there as well. So it's a difficult topic. We're trying to build our own model, and our own model at the moment is doing some cool things, but it's not pushing design in a direction where we could actually do something with it yet. So it's building things from already existing patterns. But who knows? I'm curious, as I said, so I will try to explore this strongly and maybe train that AI to actually start generating something like that eventually.
OK.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
I'm Dima. The question is about delightful interactions. So do you think you can use delightful interactions in SaaS products or SaaS-like products, right? And if you do you have an idea for delightful interaction for Penpot?
Well, I would have to think about that, but I think that you can add some delight, and even from like a perspective of like, let's say, a boring product like YouTube, when you get that very rare 1 out of 10 video, you get a little confetti sprouting out of this little number, and this is also unnecessary. You see the 1, you see the 10, you see the video is doing really well, but it kind of adds this little joy in your heart from a heartless corporation. But of course, delight like that can also go too far, and my opinion, also pretty controversial, is that Duolingo is pushing it way too far. Like, I can't skip half the animations, and by now I've seen them 400-something times, and I close the app before they stop playing because it's just too much. So it's not about adding delight everywhere, adding it, basically piling it on top of each other. It's more about like 1 or 2 nice experiences. So yeah, possibly there could be some delight potential in like comments, or even checking a comment that you implemented from feedback. Some nice animation can happen there just to kind of, all that hard work paid off. You clicked and like confetti.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And thanks for the talk. It's really amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for your talk. I feel very attached to what you said, especially with the builds playing Quake and designing with Flash. And I just wanted to comment on what you said about design becoming boring. And I think it's a bit related, I don't know, maybe it's a personal thought, on how the medium shapes everything. Marshall McLuhan said that, the medium shapes everything. And I think the reason that we are designing in this way is because of the browser. The browser has been limiting creativity for a really long time, isn't it? Because CSS allows very simple designs. Like you could do very little things up to recently, isn't it? Like borders, putting a bit of very silly shadows. In fact, we have to have nice shadows. We have to trick the browser. And I think it's a bit of the medium. And as you said, when we had Flash, people became very, very creative because you could do a lot of things with the engine that Macromedia made. And right now, make that type of content is very difficult with a browser if you are not a developer. Isn't it? Like I think designers cannot express themselves using, I don't know, WebGL because it's very complex. And I think it's a bit related. It's not a question, but it's a bit a thought.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. I think it's actually twofold, because one part is what you said, that there are some technical constraints that are getting better and we'll have more options. And the other thing is the content obsession of the modern era. So like most of the apps are some form of presenting some kind of content. So obviously you can't do too much around that content because the content is what's important. But still, there are areas where you can try to do something. And it doesn't have to be extremely complex code. Sometimes you can even pre-make an animation and just use a GIF or something. So just to explore what you can do and go around. Because I remember back in like the late 90s when you wanted to do a rounded corner button that had a gradient on it, you had to do the middle part and then the two rounded parts. And basically you stretch the middle part and put the two rounded and hope that they're going to match with the anti-aliasing. So we were going around the limitation of HTML back then as well.
Thanks.
All right. Okay.
Hello. OK, so last talk before we have the lunch break. And who enjoyed last night performance by Elizabeth? You know. So thank you so much, Elizabeth. Elizabeth Oliveira, Senior Design Product at Zata, and some cool SVG and audio work she's been working on. Thank you.
Hello, hello. OK. Hello, everyone. So today I'm going to talk about craftive interactive audio experience with Penpot and SVG. So my name is Elizabeth Oliveira. I'm from Lisbon, Portugal. I'm currently working as a senior product designer at Zata. And what I'm going to talk today is about creating an audio experience that is basically a cassette tape. And this cassette tape will have a song, the song that I performed yesterday called Fork This. So the idea of the cassette tape is I will have 3 songs there. The Fork This with my voice on it, the instrumental version, and the karaoke version, and some lyrics there. So I just want to show how can you build this type of UI interfaces with SVG. And that's it. So basically, first of all, we have to understand what is an SVG. Why would you use an SVG instead of normal CSS and HTML? And then when you want to build or transform that SVG into a component, how can you split it in components? And I'm going to use React.js to create the final user interface with the animations and with the audio. At the end, I will have the demo to show the cassette tape working. So first of all, what is like the SVG? I think at this point we all know. But nowadays, we're still not using the SVGs how they should be used. We normally just use for icons and logos, and it has so many potential. So basically, the SVG is like this scalable vector graphic. And I think one of the things that we use the most is because of its vector type of image, and it can provide quality. But we forget that we can also have like interaction with SVGs. So the role in UI design, as I said, is for scalability. We can use SVG without losing quality. It doesn't happen with PNGs or JPEGs. We can have an efficient file size because we never lose the quality, so it can be scaled up or down. And the best thing for me in the SVG, and I think that's the part that we're not exploring properly as a designer, as developers, is the interactivity. We basically use it for a logo, for icons, and we can also use for bringing interactivity. So this is what I'm going to show you how to build. It's a cassette tape. And the idea of the cassette tape is I'm going to click play, the song will play, I can go to the next track, and I want to have some animations. But instead of just having animations that doesn't do anything, I want to have animation that also interacts with the audio. So basically, these circles, the blue circles, are going to animate according to the audio frequency. So to do that, we have to think about components. So how can we split that design in different components? So the first component is going to be called controls component, and it's basically where the controls are going to live. And this play and pause should toggle, like when you just show one icon at a time, and it also should control the audio. So when you press play, the audio starts. When you press next, it goes to the next track. And then we're going to have another component that is called the sticker component. It could have a better name, but I think that's OK. And in the sticker component, basically, it's where the title lives. So when you change the song, the title updates with that. And then the wheel components that will have like a basic animation that is just basically rotate when you press play. And it doesn't do anything special. It doesn't interact with the audio. A background is just doing anything. It doesn't do anything. And then we have the circles. The circles, as you see, are here. So it's going to leave behind everything. But basically, the idea of the the circle is to have the animation that interacts with the audio. So it should bounce with the audio frequency. So, okay, so let's go to the hands-on Penpot, and I'm going to show you how to build this. So I have this cassette tape that is on Penpot, and I have, as I said, I split it in different folders, like different parts. So I have the wheels, the stickers, circles, controls, and background. So what I'm going to do first is I have the wheels component, and I can inspect here. I can open more, and I have this code, right? So the first thing actually is I have all of these SVG with everything. And if I was going to copy this and add it to a new file, it would have 568 lines. So it will be a lot of code, and it will be too difficult to create the animation. It's just a very big file. So I prefer to split. So the first thing is I'm going just to copy this SVG part. And this is going to be the main wrapper of the component. So basically just tells what is the width of the SVG, the height, and that's it. And then I can copy the same from the wheels, but I just want to, I don't need the SVG anymore part, the SVG tag, because I already have it from the main component. So I copy just this. Because we're going to use React, we have to transform this code in JSX, so I'm going to use a converter. And one thing, when we use this, I don't want to remove the IDs. I want to leave them. And then that's it. I'm going to copy this group. And I have this dummy component where I'm going to paste that. So I already imported that component. So if I go to my React app, it's not closed properly. I have this error here. OK, so I already have here. So I have the background that is visible, and then I have the wheels. So the idea of the wheels is to rotate, right? So I'm going to use framer motion to do that. So to use framer motion, I'm just going to replace the wheels with framer motion. But to do that, I have to find in my SVG where is the wheels part. So as you can see, it generates a lot of code, and it's difficult to see. So I'm going to my Penpot, and I'm going to select here. And I can see just that the wheel has this shape ID. I'm going to copy-paste. I'm going to search. And then I'm going to call it like wheel left. Sorry, let me wheel. To copy again. So I have my wheel left. I will do the same for the, I could do the same for the wheel right. So now what I'm going to do, the way the motion, framer motion work is basically you do like this motion dot and the element. In this case, it's a motion, group. Same here. It's close here. And then what we want to do is to animate. So what I'm doing is I'm passing a state from the parent component to know what is playing. So I can say animate, and is playing. If it's playing, I want to animation that is called playing. Nothing special. And if it's not playing, will be stop. And then I want to pass my variant. And the variance, I already have it here. Basically, it's just what the animation does. When it's stopped, it rotates 0. And when it's playing, it rotates from 0 to minus 360. So I pass here my variance. And then I want to say what is the initial state. And the initial state is the stopped. And then I have this. So in my cassette tape, if I show the tape controls, so okay, so we have one wheel rotating, and I will do the same. I could do the same for the next one, but I already have it here. So basically, I will do the same, search for that ID, and then replace it like wheel right, and do the same motion.g, and animate. So now I have the two wheels rotating. And now the next thing that I could do is the sticker components. So for the sticker components, I would do the same here, sticker, copy, paste, everything, convert to GSX, and then copy this code to the sticker components, and I would have this. But as I can see, in the app works, but the title looks a little bit weird. That's why sometimes we have like all of this code and we have to improve a little bit, and that's what I like about SVG is that you can change also the code, the design with code. So I'm going to remove this text length because it's saying that the text can only go until 110, and I don't want that. I want it to grow. So now I'm passing the title from the parent components. As you can see here, title. So every time I change, the title updates. So now I have the music playing and the title updating. So the next thing is that circle component. And this circle component, it's much more complex, so I'm going to just leave it as it is. So for this circle component, I will do the same, export the SVG, convert to GSX, and create the circle here. In this case, I'm not using anything to animate. I'm just saying, if it's playing, so I have this SVG ellipse here, and I want to animate the radios, the radio X and the radio Y. So basically, my animation will be, is it playing? If it's playing, please play, just update the radios. If not, just leave my initial radios. So I have all the logic to animate here. So the initial radio is 80. At the original design, it was 90. But I updated to 80 so you could see more interactivity. And then this is the visualizer that is going to happen. So basically, I'm getting the frequency. I'm using the web audio API. I'm getting the frequency of the audio, and then getting that average of that audio. And then every time it goes, the frequency gets higher, the radios get higher. If the frequency gets smaller, the radio gets smaller. And that's basically what I'm doing. So now I have this.
Are you devs ready? I'm a designer who codes. Yeah, they call me Miyuki. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
I've been designing with Penpot, open source, connect. You can see, now we have all of that. And now let's match all the cassette tape together. The sticker, the wheels. And also one thing is the order of your components, it's important. For example, if I get the circles here. So that's really cool. So now the order is OK. So now the cassette tape is ready, and I'm going to ask for your help. So let's try the song together. And this is what I will call the demo. So basically, that's the lyric. And I just need your help at this part of the song. So let's try it. Yesterday, some of you already tried and helped me with the song. I'm going to put it bigger. OK, I'm going to say I'm coding like a criminal, designing like a miracle. They say I'm invisible, and you just have to say, fork this, I'm original. Let's try. I'm coding like a criminal, designing like a miracle. They say I'm invisible, fork this, I'm original. OK. OK, now let's try the karaoke version, that it already has some background songs. Then I'm going to share this project, and you can sing at home. You can pick the version with the voice. You can pick the karaoke version, or just instrumental without anything, and you have the lyrics you can go through. So let's try with the karaoke version.
Are you devs ready? I'm a designer who codes. Yeah, they call me Miyuki. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yeah, I've been designing with Penpot, open source, connecting every dot, every stack, rendering next. You can call me Explorer Edge. No more life cycles, React. You can call me lightweight, React. I'm way too complicated, TypeScript, but I'm still in this class. Type this, learning from mistakes. Microsoft, more than 1 million skills. Lara Croft, trying to not look back. Angular, I don't have an expression. Regular, animating SVGs, original. Let me kill it one time, terminal. Watch me giving a talk, Netflix. I'm gonna keep it short, ES6. I'm coding like a criminal, designing like a miracle. They say I'm invisible, now you? For this, I'm original. I'm coding like a criminal, designing like a miracle. They say I'm invisible. For this, I'm original.
Miyuki.
Yeah, open source queen, old school girl, coding with Vim, GitHub stars, GitHub win, feeling it, changing the scene. Yeah. Open source queen, old school girl, coding with Vim, GitHub stars, GitHub win, feeling it, changing the scene. I'm an old school girl, hi-fi, Sonic and Tails, Mega Drive, coding and rhymes, Spotify. You devs can see me, Wi-Fi. No competition, goodbye. No one can reach me, goodbye. Another level, that's right. Call me 11, sci-fi. I'm coding like a criminal, designing like a miracle. They say I'm invisible. For this, I'm original. I'm coding like a criminal, designing like a miracle. They say I'm invisible. For this, I'm original. I'm coding like a criminal, designing like a miracle. They say I'm invisible. For this, I'm original. I'm coding like a criminal, designing like a miracle. They say I'm invisible. For this, I'm original. Yeah. So, thank you. So you can find the project here on this link, penpotforkthis.versal app. This is my Twitter if you want to follow. It's an open source project, so you can always click here to go to the GitHub project, and you can contribute. I already see some bugs just doing the presentation. I already noticed a few things, so you can help if you're into it. And I think the conclusion of the talk is basically, I think we should use SVG, and it's really cool how Penpot works and how it exposes all the SVG like this. And I think we just should start building more creative UIs instead of just using HTML and CSS and everything to be responsive and with the design systems with normal buttons. Let's just create your own things, explore the SVG and that animated. And I can see a lot of potential now also with AI coming. For example, maybe we can grab the lyric and highlights, or there's so many potential with the things we can do. We can have maybe all the cassette tape animating also, bouncing. There's so many things we can do. And that's the conclusion, so let's just build it. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for this talk, and yeah, amazing stuff on SVG and the song. How long did it take for you to write this song?
Oh, yes. So the story of the song started maybe a few years ago. I created a project, a cassette tape, and it was the first time I explored an SVG. And then I had some hip-hop loops, and during my talks I was doing like a freestyle. But because I'm Portuguese, I can't do freestyles in English. So I was doing freestyles in Portuguese, so only a few people, there's only a Portuguese or a Brazilian at the festival. So at the end, they said, hey, I understood what you say, but the rest of the audience couldn't understand. So I started thinking maybe I should write a lyric in English. But because it's not my native language, I was not confident because the accent it's not good, or. But with time, I start having like these ideas of the parts of the lyric. So one day I was on my normal day, server-side rendering next. You can call me Explorer Edge, having these ideas and compiling randomly. At some point, I start grabbing all these parts of the lyric together. I recorded. I sent it to one friend so she could like improve the instrumental, and that's it. And also the original lyric, it was written long time ago. I also have it on my GitHub. So I have one version I've been designing with Sketch. At the time I was using Sketch, and now I upgraded with Penpot because I'm using Penpot. Also, I had one part here that it was struggling with life cycles. And React, we don't use these life cycles anymore. So I just updated the lyric to no more life cycles. And I believe in future, maybe other things of the lyric need to be improved too. But yeah, that's the story.
All right, yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, super cool song. And are you like on Spotify or SoundCloud?
Yeah, on Spotify, I'm like with a different artist name that is called, in Portuguese, it's like Lady Bet. So it's like Dama Bet.
Very original.
Yeah. Yeah,
thank you so much.
Yeah. Go.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Two hats today we're presenting. Well, it's lunch break. So one quickie, Sustain Open Source Design Podcast, I think they still have 1 or 2 slots. Remember to check on the QR code here just as you exit the Gothic Chapel if you want to get interviewed. And then the lunch is going to take place at the terrace. So you'll be able to just move around. But instead of the coffee break, which is still a space that's available, you actually can enjoy open air and some exciting views on that. So we'll meet again in 1 hour and 20 minutes, also for the online audience. That's 80 minutes. And now, please, I would like everyone to give a round of applause for all speakers that gave us so much amazing content this morning. welcome again. Are you enjoying the food? Are you enjoying the food? Okay. Are you having a great time? Yes, okay. So I need you to share all that super great energy to support none other than Perry, coming from Lagos, Nigeria, to talk about how open source and Africa's successes are intertwined. So, thank you, Perry. The stage is yours.
Hola. Oh, okay, I think I can hear myself now. Hi, everyone. Are we all feeling refreshed? I can see a lot of happy faces, so it's like the food is like good. The DJ is really good, by the way. Like, he plays really, really good music, and it's Afro beats. Perfect. So today we're actually going to be taking a deep dive into Africa as an ecosystem and what we are doing around open source in Africa, how much growth we've actually had over the years, and things that we'll have in stock in the coming years. I'm going to be loading you up with a lot of information, so I hope you've had a lot of food to like digest them with the lunch that you just had. But there's one funny assumption that a lot of people outside of Africa make, and I want to show you this.
You think Africa is a country or a continent?
It's a country. It's a country.
It's a country?
It's a continent.
Make up your damn mind.
Shit, I don't know.
No, what's your answer, though? I will tell you what the answer is, even if you don't know it.
I feel like it's a country.
You think it's a continent, though? Or do you think it's a country?
Well, I was taught that it was a continent.
Okay.
As a whole, yes, it's a country. But it's one of the continents, I guess is what I'm trying to say, right?
I'm confused. Like, is it country or continent?
It's both, is it not?
So sometime in 2019, I went to France, and I was in Paris. I went to the museum, and so I saw a dude. I was taking pictures, and he's like, "Hey, I can take you pictures." I'm like, "Sure, why not?" And he takes me a picture, and he's like, "Hey, you from Africa?" I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Do you know Patrick?" I'm like, "Patrick? Okay, that's interesting. Patrick is from where?" He's like, "Oh, he's Kenyan." I'm like, "Okay, I'm actually Nigerian, and Kenyan is like really far away from Nigeria, so there's literally no way I would know Patrick." So I think it's one general assumption that a lot of people make and feel like Africa is this really small place that's like a country and everybody knows each other, and we're living in the zoo and have a lot of animals around. But today we're actually going to take a deep dive and talk about how diverse Africa is as a continent and how open source and Africa intertwine. Before we go into that, I think I want to give a brief introduction about myself. My name is Perry. I do a lot of open source work. I do a lot of design work. I do a lot of community, a lot of programs. And for the most part of the years, I've been very, very involved in the growth of the open source ecosystem in Africa. And I've been doing that through an organization I run with a couple of my friends, Open Source Community Africa. I think some of you must have heard about it. If you haven't, we have our logo right there, so you could just like take a peep. And then I'm also one, if not the only designer that's like currently a GitHub star. And I appreciate GitHub for actually like honoring me with that privilege. So I had this issue with Twitter a couple of months ago. Actually, Oscar's Twitter. If some of you are familiar with the Web3 space and how botted Twitter is when it comes to like Web3. So we did this collaboration with Polygon, and we made a tweet, and then we got bot attacks. And unfortunately, our Twitter account was suspended at that time. And the funny thing about Twitter is, so Samson, who is like a co-founder of Open Source Community Africa, just came to the group and said, "Hey, I think they suspended our Twitter account." And I'm like, how is that possible? And I went to Twitter. My account was good. I logged into Oscar. It was gone. I came back to my account, and it was gone. So I had to start all over again with Twitter. And I was thinking of an interesting name I could use because, I think I have to start growing my connection all over again. And I'm like, I think I should use You Found Perry because People actually search for Perry on the internet and can't find Perry anymore. So here, my new Twitter account, you found Perry. Now let's take a deep dive into Africa and how diverse this small place or small area that people actually make assumptions is. Africa is a very big continent with over 1.3 billion people. And in Africa, we have over 54 countries in Africa. I am from Nigeria, and I will talk about the diversity that we experience in Nigeria itself. In Nigeria, I think I was talking to Carolina a while ago, and she's like, Portuguese and Spanish are like similar, but then in Spain, they're like different languages, but they are very similar. So you can like understand yourself when like you're having conversations. But myself and Brownie, I don't know if any of us have like noticed, we're like the only two black persons here, so I think we are pretty much very obvious at this point. We come from the southern part of Nigeria, and we can't communicate with our local dialects. That's how diverse it is. We are both from the south, but we speak completely different languages. In Nigeria alone, we have over 300 languages, and the north can basically not freely communicate with the south, except to use our Nigeria local language, the Nigerian pidgin. I don't know if any of you have heard of that, but I think if you followed, for the speakers who came to Oscar Fest, a lot of them were tweeting, Omo, I don't land, I don't do this one. Those are like Nigerian slangs that like everybody in Nigeria can actually like communicate in, and then English. But our local dialects are like really diverse. Imagine how much diversity in language come from the other parts of Africa, the other 53 countries that are not Nigeria. And in this population, we have over 70% of them as less than 30. You see Nigerians Africans at 21, 22, 23, 24, they're done with school, they're done with college, they're looking for jobs, and then they start applying for roles, and you see roles saying, oh, we actually require someone with 10 years of experience. I wonder how someone who's 19 can have 10 years of experience. But that's how our educational system is currently structured. And you have like so much young and vibrant people in Africa. That gives Africa a lot of potential, a lot of leverage over other continents, because we have young ones who are constantly learning, who are constantly growing, who are constantly innovating, and who are constantly building solutions to actually solve local problems. And a lot of them are doing that through open source. Open source as a whole in general has actually empowered the world globally, but it actually has empowered Africa in a way that it helps us in our economic growth. It also helps in innovation, and it greatly, greatly affects digital inclusion. We'll talk about this as we'll continue in our talk. I'm going to talk about some of the challenges that we've noticed in Africa. I'm going to relate it down to the individual level so that we can understand. I think one of them, Brownie, who is here, actually experienced that. I think I'll start with that. So you have a lot of Africans contributing to open source, a lot of Africans building projects, a lot of Africans making connections with people around the world, working remotely for global companies. But one of our major problems that is still a problem today is visa. So while we're coming to Spain, Brownie, who is here, Brownie, sorry, I'm going to be using you, was applying for a visa, and she applied for the visa. Funny enough, they rejected her. Why? Because she didn't have travel experience. Pablo, who is very influential, I'm not sure who Pablo called, they had to call Brownie to bring her passport back to the embassy for her to get her visa. And Brownie is actually one of the many people who have experienced that. For people who are very involved in open source, there's one GitHub star also who is in Nigeria and have been getting rejections for visa over and over and over and over again. And that can be very, very discouraging for like people who are there in Africa and you know that, oh, I'm actually contributing to this project, I'm doing this and this, but I can't even attend open source conferences. I can't go for my company retreats, I can't see my colleagues. I'm literally stuck here in Africa. That's like one challenge that we in Africa actually face. And you see a lot of people now trying to like find ways to actually break that barrier. Another interesting challenge that we face that Open Source Collective has actually helped us solve a lot is the issue of money. Because of how diverse Africa is diverse with population. Africa is diverse with language. It is so diverse with food, so diverse with music. It is actually also so diverse with currency. Nigeria doesn't use the same currency as those in Kenya. So we literally have issues always transferring money. And that is why you've seen a lot of fintech solutions from Africa talking about how they want to solve the issue of transferring money around Africa, which is like one continent. And in the past couple of years, we've literally used Open Source Collective, and Open Source Collective has helped us bridge that gap, but there's still that issue of money and getting more people onboarded in Open Collective. We also have the structural issue of internet and power. I mean, internet at this point and power is getting a lot more accessible, but it's still very expensive and still difficult for people to actually access. For example, for people who work in companies that companies give allowance for internet, you find Nigerians in that company taking a lot more than other employees because they have to spend just a little extra to make sure that they are connected to the internet or to make sure that they have stable connection. There's this joke that I always make on Twitter. You can actually be on your stand-up and then it's blackout. And it's like, Nigeria has happened again. So most people go the extra mile to get support for like their power, and that costs a lot of money. So finance is like one other challenge that majority of people in Africa face, especially those who contribute to open source and are basically doing like free open source work. So insensitizing open source work actually helps to encourage people from that part of the world to actually make more contributions to open source. Now we've talked about like the challenges, we've talked about the opportunities that open source presents. Let's talk about the current state of open source in Africa. We've said that we're doing a couple of things advocating for open source. What is actually currently going on in Africa, and where are we currently? I'm going to be discussing 3 different aspects of the growth that we've experienced over the years. I'm going to be talking about projects, I'm going to be talking about startups and companies, and I'm going to be talking about community and contributions. For projects, we actually have like a lot of interesting projects from Africa, from Nigeria. I think some of you are pretty much very familiar with a few. How many of us here has worked, how many of us build React apps? How many of us know Chakra UI? So this project was actually built by a Nigerian and currently has literally over 2.1 million downloads. They have almost 10,000 on their Discord. Their GitHub stars like 19.7. And there are a lot of other projects from Africa, like Downfall.js. Is any of us in flow with data science here? Downfall.js is another really, really amazing project that has come out of Africa and are helping a lot of people make developments. We actually have like a repo on GitHub that AceKid created, made in Nigeria. I think there's also made in Ghana and made in Kenya. And like there are like hundreds and hundreds and loads of projects that Africans are working on and just like dumping it right here. So in Africa, you have a lot of people who are willing to build, a lot of people who are willing to innovate, a lot of people who are willing to create solutions for other people to build upon and to create open source tools. But we really want the world to see that there's a lot of potential in Africa, and we need the support and we need the attention to be in Africa, because little do you all know that the future of open source is actually in Africa. A statistic that GitHub did in 2019, I don't know if any of you saw this in 2019, but we had like GitHub show the growth that we've had with open source in Africa. Nigeria heading the charts. There is Kenya there, there's Tunisia, there's Morocco. These are all African countries that are creating open source projects on a daily basis. Now, we've talked about projects. There are also like African companies and startups that are building upon open source tools and are creating open source platforms for other people to benefit from. And some of them is highlighted as the startup in Kenya, Dipoba, that developed an energy system that is fully built on an open source tool, and they made this energy accessible to rural areas. And this is actually used by over millions of households in Africa. Another one is the M-Farmer, that's like a Ghanaian startup that's also built on open source softwares, and the platform helps people manage pharmacies and inventories. And a lot of people are also using this tool. We also have like other projects like Ushidi. I think Ariel is here. I'm not sure if she's in the hall. She actually worked with them some time ago. They're building like open source platforms there in Africa to help the growth and innovation that's going on there. Now, the huge part of open source over the years, because what we've been doing for the past couple of years has been to grow adoption, has been to increase or reduce that knowledge gap that people have. Before now, we used to have one big challenge, which is knowledge gap, where a lot of people in Africa just feel like, I mean, I think it's general, but majority of people just feel like, oh, it's a developer thing. I'm a designer, I'm a program manager, I'm a product manager, I don't have to get involved in open source. I think for the past couple of years, we've actually been able to gradually close up that gap. And it's funny that in our last Oscar Fest, we actually had a whole lot of people wanting to talk about open source design, and there's been this tremendous growth in open source outside of development and outside of developers. And that brings me to the community that I run with my friends, Open Source Community Africa. At Open Source Community Africa, our goal is basically to increase adoption in Africa and awareness about open source. We do this by hosting events, we do this by onboarding chapter leads, we do this by having the biggest open source festival in Africa. We also do this by supporting people, individuals, and also linking them to open source projects to contribute to. One way, like I've mentioned, is our community aspect of Open Source Community Africa. And the growth that we've actually observed over the years has been very tremendous. We haven't done our 2023 reports, but I'm quite sure that at the end of this year, we'll probably do a 3-4x of what we're currently seeing on the screen. But in 2020, when we launched Oscar around 2018, but we had our first festival in 2020. And after that festival, we had over 1,000 community members. We had Oscar, people in different countries saying, hey, I want to host Oscar Extended. For those who know about Google I/O, you know the Google Extended, and people say giving interest, and we're like, okay, cool. I think we need to start expanding. We started thinking of ways to expand, and we're able to expand to 5 countries. We had 15 different chapters around Africa. And in 2021 statistics is not here because that was COVID, and majority of the things that we did were virtual online events and Twitter Spaces. But in 2022, we saw a very high spike in our community numbers. We grew to 3.3 thousand people in the Discord. We moved to 9 countries, and we are currently now in 54 chapters. And then, again, the 2023 report is not out, which I'm very sure it's going to 2x or 3x this number. Other than community and chapters, we also host this event called Open Source Festival that we host every year. If you notice, again, 2021 is not here because of the COVID. But in 2020, when we started the festival, I remember we were just so confused. We're okay, so how do we do this? What city do we do this? Security, how, and then we had our first big open source festival, which was in Lagos. The people who were in attendance that year, it was really overwhelming because, we were expecting 500, but we didn't expect over 100 people. And the hall was so full, to tell you how much we didn't know that people were actually going to attend. The place was hot. It was filled up to the brim. People were outside, and we're okay, I think we need to start thinking of renting a bigger venue and getting more people to the festival. In 2022, we had a spike. It went from 800 to over 1,400 people who attended the festival. And our just concluded Open Source Festival 2023, we have over 2,000 persons who were at the venue each of the days. I think Pablo was there. The hall was actually very full. We literally used one of the biggest event centers in Lagos just to make sure that we accommodate people from different parts of Africa and different parts of the world that we've invited to speak. And one of my favorite moments from Open Source Festival, I was actually going to show an image of my favorite moment from Open Source Festival. This is my highlights from the festival. So when Pablo, when Pablo and Andrea came up to Africa, even Jan, they were exploring so much. I literally had to take a picture of this. They had a lot of other local dishes, trying to see the city, and it was really cool having them try Gary flakes. I think even Jan took some home, and he tried out with his partner with milk, which was really interesting. So they actually had a good time. Pablo looks like he's having a good time, but he's like, oh, what is this? And Andrea. But Jan is literally having so much fun trying our local food. Other than community, other than the festival, we've actually also done a lot of collaborations with companies and communities to just empower Africans who are building and who are contributing to open source. And some of those companies and communities are the She Code Africa, which is a community in Africa, but it's very centered around empowering ladies. And we've been able to do a lot of open source women in Africa, where we have a lot of events, a lot of training programs, a lot of hackathons, specifically to empower more women to come into technology, digital inclusion. We've also partnered with Sustain, and since the first open source festival, we've been having Sustain. I don't know, people are familiar with Sustain, right? I mean, we have a podcast at the end of the event today, but we always have Sustain is also an open source event where we come together and talk about the current things that are going on in open source, how to sustain it, the open source ecosystem. And then we've been having Sustain Africa since 2020. We had one in 2021, which was the COVID year. We had another one in 2022, and then finally 2023. We've also done a lot of collaborations with GitHub. They were also giving us funds to host events, to host trainings, to onboard people, and then just share a lot of new awesome things that are going on in GitHub. I mean, shout out to our Oscar sponsors. Every year we have recurring sponsors like Google, like Meta, who are always willing to oh, hey, you need money for the festival? That's it, Open Collective, shout out to all of you. We've also done collaboration with Polygon, who is increasing adoption in Africa in Web3. And we're currently having a hackathon with Axla, currently ongoing right now in Open Source Community Africa. Beyond Open Source Community Africa, there are also other communities in Africa that are growing adoption in open source. And one of them is the Chaos Africa, that started out in June 2022. And now they have over 400 people in their community. They have 5 focus groups, which the most active focus group in Chaos Africa is actually the design. They have over 1,200 people on their socials. Another really interesting community to spotlight is the Open Source Design Africa, which is currently headed by Brownie again. And it started out, I think, sometime last year. They have over 134 designers in the community. They've done over 10 workshops, and they've been able to grow the design community right there in Africa. I can't finish up this talk without mentioning some of the awesome things that open source contributors in Africa are also getting involved in bigger programs like Outreachy. In the December 2022 to March 2023 Outreachy, they had 64 interns, and out of these 64 interns, 55 were African and 25 were Nigerians. So you see how much open source growth is going on in Africa as opposed to other continents. This is also a spotlight to a lot of people who are doing great open source work in Africa. We have Shego, for those of you who know Chakra UI. That's Shego, the person who built Chakra UI. This is Samson Godi, one of the co-founders of Open Source Community Africa. That's Prosper, who has been preaching the gospel of open source since he got into tech. This is Eskid, the person who built the Made in Nigeria repo. That's Roots, who is currently leading the Chaos Africa, who currently runs program in Open Source Community Africa. I think a lot of programs are coming out in Open Source Community Africa. It's credit to Roots. This is Zara, who is a big open source designer and doing a lot of work in open source. He designed the most famous open source design podcast logo. This is Brownie again, doing a lot of open source work, working with Sustain, working with open source design, working with Superblue and the rest of them. This is Rising from Down4JS. And all these people are doing really, really, really amazing work there in Africa. there's a lot of vibrance, there's a lot of love, there's a lot of interest, there's a lot of yearning for knowledge. There's a lot of people who are wanting to innovate, who are wanting to build solutions, who are wanting to build an open source tool. And for us to be able to thrive and grow adoption in open source in Africa, we actually need a support of a wider community of open source. That's why I'm calling out to people in Europe, in the US, to actually support Africans who are actually coming into open source. If that gap is left, we're actually going to lose a lot of open source persons who are in Africa who would bring a lot of good and sustainability to open source, to proprietary softwares, and that would be a very great loss for the open source ecosystem. When Justin came to Nigeria for the Open Source Festival, he's like, he wants to rephrase, so there was something Samson and Ada had in their keynotes, and they're like, the future of open source in Africa. And it's like, the future of open source, yes, is in Africa, but actually, the future of open source is Africa. So the more we empower those in Africa to make more open source contributions, build more open source tools, be more innovative, and build startups and companies, the more we actually grow the open source ecosystem. Thank you very much. Oh, I took a tour in Spain like yesterday, so that's like a picture I took yesterday. Again, find me on Twitter. You found Perry, our community, oscarafrica.org. You can find us on YouTube and catch up on a lot of open source festivals that we've done over the years. Thank you so much for listening. Gracias, 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 gracias. Questions, I think?
Yeah, so my question is, how can we contribute to open source in Africa?
Okay, there are several ways. One, by supporting projects. Two, by supporting contributors who contribute to open source and insensitizing them to contribute to open source. Like I mentioned, there are a lot of infrastructural problems with people who are contributing to open source, and a little bit of encouragement, a little bit of insensitization would actually encourage more people to do a lot of open source work and do more open source contributions from Africa.
Thank you.
You mentioned outreachy. We've done a few
outreachy, yes.
We've done a few outreachy projects ourselves. How important is it, would you say, for projects like ours to run outreachy internships for Africans being involved in open source?
I think it's actually very important because a lot of people get onboarded in open source by actually getting involved with this program. Some of them get into Google Summer of Code, outreachy, and the rest of them. So it's a way of paying them while doing open source work and them actually feeling like, oh, I'm doing open source work and it's actually not for free, I'm getting paid for the internship. And it's very encouraging and very relaxing for people in Africa to actually get involved in those programs and get paid while doing open source work. Because one narrative is, it's open source, I don't get anything from it. So if they get involved in programs like this, it's very encouraging to tell them that you can actually do open source and also get paid while doing open source.
Thank you.
I have a question from YouTube, from Andre. What do you value the most from Penpot, and what is the most beneficial thing for you?
For me, I think when Pablo reached out to me, I think it was in 2019, it was basically like, oh, there's actually an open source design tool. I mean, there was Inkscape and the rest of them, but there was one that was actually very familiar to those who are always using Figma. So having Penpots in the design space and getting, the value is actually enormous to think of because you have a lot of designers who complain about using Inkscape and the rest of them who doesn't have graphic design actually feel that smooth onboarding into open source, and now they can use Penpot, who is very familiar to Figma that they use, so they actually don't have any excuse, I would say, to contribute to open source. So yes, that is actually very empowering for designers who have always shied away. I think that's one thing that we also notice very well in Africa, who are shied away from using tools like Inkscape and the rest of them.
Thank you. I have a second question, which is, when people that I teach in the US, when I teach them about programming tools and open source, one of the barriers that I face is people are, they want to learn proprietary tools because proprietary tools give them a sense that they are learning the professional sort of middle-class grade software tools. And so when I come and I try and teach them open source tools, they feel sort of like they're not getting the best tools, they're just getting like the free stuff. Do you find the same or similar things happening in Africa where people want proprietary tools because they feel like those are the proper ones?
I'd say in Africa, one notion that a lot of people get drawn to open source is before the whole knowledge gap was closed, you get a lot of people talking about, oh, I'm doing open source work and it's for free. I'm actually contributing to open source, but what do I benefit from contributing to open source? So that has been like the conversation around like open source in Africa. And the more we actually like grow this adoption, the more we tell people that there are a lot of benefits to get from open source. I think one very specific benefit that a lot of people are jumping on now is that you can actually build your career experience contributing to open source, and that is one that actually caught a lot of attention from like folks in Africa and actually getting them to like do more open source contributions and pay attention to more open source softwares and tools.
Yeah, I have one more question. I was born in Mozambique, and it's a Portuguese-speaking country. And so there's some barriers in Africa, of course, like if you talk about being rich or poor in Africa, there's a lot of poorness. So how do you see the barriers for countries? Like I see like the open source is becoming big in Africa, but it's more like English-speaking countries because maybe it's easier to find documentation, tutorials, and a lot of kids, let's say in Mozambique, they don't know how to speak, for example, English. So there's this big barrier. How do you think we can improve that? And maybe just giving some ideas, can maybe create more documentation in other languages, or how can we try to solve this issue in non-English speaking countries?
Yeah, so this question reminds me of a project Samson worked on in Sugar Labs where he had to translate the whole documentation to like local languages in Africa. And that's like one way to actually break that barrier. Some of the projects there in the Made in Nigeria, that's one that actually like helps in like other local languages, making it accessible for people who do not really understand English to actually like get in sync with the open source space and actually make more contributions and use more open source tools. So having things like that, having people translate this documentations and the rest of them into local languages would actually help bridge that gap. And this is why we need more people to get involved in like building the ecosystem in Africa and getting them engaged with this type of activities to grow adoption.
Can you? Okay. So you have mentioned that in order to get all the movement of the open source Africa, so you have been focused also in Web3, in the Web3 space and so on. So what kind of dynamics inside of the Web3 space you are using to try to increase the power of the community, like, I don't know, streams to the contributors or quadratic funding or this kind of dynamics?
Okay, so Web3 is actually one of the things that we've done. It's not like our primary focus. What we did is collaboration with Polygon, where they had like a 1-month training program where they like trained people on like Solidity and the rest of the Web3 languages. We're currently doing one hackathon. I think there's a price tag for whoever comes up with a very interesting solution. And those are like ways that we'll actually collaborate with like Web3 organizations. We've done just 2, Polygon and Alexa.
So now it's more like focused to try to educate the people in the Web3 space in order to get the skills there.
Yes.
Okay.
So in Africa, one thing you would find very, very well is people are willing to learn. People are curious. People are trying to look for ways to actually innovate. So bringing that knowledge to them, it's like making it very accessible to them and getting them to do more cool stuff with the knowledge that they have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Gracias.
All right. So next is Mike Nolan. Thank you, Mike. He comes from the Rochester Institute of Technology, the open at rate, right?
Yeah.
So he's going to talk about the foundational design contribution, around designing communities. So kind of a meta talk. He's great at giving meta talks. So please welcome Mike.
Thank you. Wow. All right, first of all, I would let's all give another round of applause to Perry. That was an amazing talk. I'm almost like, you should just take my spot and keep going, because there's so much to learn from Open Source Community Africa. They've brought so much energy and new talent and ideas to the global community, and so it's great to have perspectives like that here. So yeah, I'm Mike. It's nice to meet you all. It's nice to be here. I want to talk about designing communities and the sort of idea that I think community design, community maintenance, community growth is actually one of the best foundational contributions designers can make to open source. And I'm going to explain why. I'm going to give you a little bit of background on some of the stuff we do and why I think that. But yeah, that's my talk. And I'm Mike. First of all, I got to give some credit to those who have contributed. I work with a lot of very talented staff, designers, students who are just breaking into open source. These are two students that I think were particularly beneficial to the work that we do. Both Django and Daechan worked with us, went to RIT, went through our program. I believe both might be looking for work at this point, so if you're interested in hiring very open source savvy designers, I definitely recommend you reach out to me, reach out to the students. I can introduce you, and yeah, they're awesome. So first, I'm going to give you a little spiel about like our organization and what we do to give some context. So I work for a university, the Rochester Institute of Technology. We have an office called Open at RIT, and we're like an open source office for the university. And so our goal is to discover, grow, and like generally widen the footprint of RIT's impact on all things open work. So we say open work because we work with open source software, open data, open access journals, open everything. And that's who we are. And like the reason we work across all these disciplines is a big factor in why we care so much about design in open source. And so what we do as an office is like three main things. We educate. We're an educational institution. We provide curriculum. We teach courses in open source to students. We teach faculty about it. We have various training programs. We provide digital infrastructure for community building and general open source activities. And what I'm going to talk about today, probably most importantly, is provide a lot of individual assistance and consultation around open source communities. And we do a lot of work working directly with like specific communities to help them grow, maintain themselves, become a community, all these things. And so we call this our fellowship. So like what is it? Well, you know, our fellowship, we target project maintainers, whether they're maintaining a data repository or a piece of software, and they need support growing or maintaining their community. And I never started my timer. And we assist in providing, in that, like supporting them, because by providing them a team of designers and other supporting roles to build and execute a community roadmap, right? So we figure out like what are all the things that you need to do to build or maintain your community. You know, what's the evidence behind that, and then we help them do it. So yeah, that's what we do. But today I want to talk about design contributions, because I assume a lot of people here are pretty much interested in open source. They're interested in design. They're interested in contributing. And I want to talk a little bit about, like, from our experience, what we found people to think about design contributions. And so when we talk, particularly with software maintainers, we say, hey, what, you know, you're looking for designers? And they're like, yeah, I want a designer. And I say, what do you want designers to contribute to your project? And they say stuff like this. And so if you're a designer that's ever talked to an open source maintainer, getting answers like this, it might feel maybe a little frustrating, or like your wide skill set is being underutilized. Not that, like, you know, aesthetics and you know, making things more aesthetically pleasing or providing, you know, little branding pieces aren't useful, but they're kind of small and constrained and maybe missing the point of what design can bring to many different projects. And so we think a little bit differently about what we feel our team's design contributions really are. And we're a little more covert about it. So the first thing that we do is we start with a problem that we know all of our project maintainers are facing, and that's maintaining, right? If you ever, like, maintaining a community, growing a community, pretty much most of our clients that we work with, this is the biggest problem that they face, and they don't even have an idea of how to fix it. And this is such a great place to bring in additional expertise, not only to try to solve the problem for them, but to help them think about, like, what it means to solve this problem of maintenance. And, you know, every piece of open work and every associated community has its own specific struggles and goals. And so our services are oftentimes tailored and dependent on their specific needs and circumstances. But in general, our fellows face some combination of these three goals or problems, depending on how you look at it. And so our services kind of act as like an accelerator program or a consultancy or something in that vein to help them overcome these things. And so as I said, you know, we work with all kinds of different projects. So, you know, we don't really have like a cookie cutter solution. It's not just like, hey, here's a README template, put it on your repository, and you'll get all the contributors. So we try to be very general in thinking about our methodology. And I want to tell you a little bit about, like, kind of what that is and how we go about thinking about building communities and the role design plays in it. So I guess first of all, I want to talk a little bit about our influences in terms of how our process of community building, where it comes from. We take a lot of influence from programs like the Mozilla Open Leadership Training Series. There's a lot of different iterations of this series out there, whether it's like the Turing Way or Open Life Sciences, and there's lots of others. But this is where we get our foundation of thinking about contributor experience. We also pull from popular literature, like Nadia Eghbal's book, Working in Public, and then we kind of use design thinking as our sort of, I know it's kind of a catch-all term, but we use it as our sort of foundational methodology when trying to discover problems and create and iterate on solutions. So when I think about our methodology of designing a community roadmap, and executing it, it's really these three main steps. We work with a lot of really weird and different communities. One day, we're working with like a social advocacy organization mapping issues of place-based racism around our local city. And then the next day, we're working with physicists measuring gravity waves from black holes. So the first stage is always discovering the context of the project. What are the materials? What are the pieces of work being created? Why do they think opening it up and creating a peer-to-peer sort of community of contributors is useful? And what are they actually trying to do practically? This is really important for understanding like the backgrounds of people. The second part, if you ever like went through like a user experience design process, you might find familiar. We do like a mapping of stakeholders, not just users, but potential types of contributors, potential people who might be adjacent to the community, and we create personas for all of them. We call them contributor personas. And then for a lot of those, we create pathways, idealized pathways about how they could first discover the project, all the way to creating this funnel of where they make their first contribution, repeated contributions, all the way to becoming a leader in the field. To get an idea of like what is the ideal situation for this community, where people have all the resources they need to get involved if they want to, and all the people that can contribute the most are. And then using that plan, we work backwards, right? We identify problems. Where pieces are missing? Are you missing pieces of digital infrastructure? Are you missing people to help out onboarding people? Are you missing documentation, branding? And we document those shortcomings, and then we iteratively design solutions to those shortcomings. So maybe we write a piece of documentation and we test it out, right? We see how effective it is, and we keep doing that iteratively and watch as the community grows based on those. And we use that sort of those findings and that testing to continually improve ourselves, not just with this community, but with others that we're working with. So, I probably should have went through these slides, but we discover the context of the project. We ask these questions. We're asking these questions when trying to figure out who the stakeholders are and what those gaps are. And then we provide various types of solutions, whether it's documentation, marketing materials, governance and decision-making documents, and best practices. And this is sort of the full start-to-finish consulting process that Open at RIT does. So I want to talk really quickly just about like why we do this and why we think this is important from a design perspective, because I think a lot of designers, in particular, a lot of design is heavily influenced by product design, so they're thinking about like an already existing kind of application with users, and you're creating a user design funnel. But from our perspective, that starting from the application is very difficult, because maintainers oftentimes have these preconceived notions about where design sits, how they should integrate, and it's very difficult to even if they're willing to kind of get them started on the process of like really rethinking what their application might be. And so we start with the community because it's a known problem, right? It's a known problem that maintainers are always feeling. I'm sure if you've ever hung around a lot of open source maintainers, burnout is a huge problem in the industry, and people are actively trying to find solutions to it, and they don't really have a good idea about how to do that. And so we found success in this work as introducing the design process to maintainers because it's important to them for these three primary reasons, right? First, as your community grows, the development and maintenance of it becomes increasingly complex to the point of where, like, a lot of times one person can't be the benevolent dictator for life, right? And so it becomes less tenable to have one person have the entire idea and the entire execution of the project in their head. And oftentimes they need the assistance of others to figure out how to split up that work and approach it in a more organizational and maybe even a bureaucratic sense. Second is managing a community and thinking about how to build a community roadmap. It's a multidisciplinary process. And from our perspective, we think design plays a huge role, and design is a great skill set to approach this problem from. And so maintainers of open work, in particular like software developers, likely don't have access to those skills. And they probably don't have access to the time to learn those skills or acquire them. And so by bringing in designers into this process, you're immediately bringing huge value, not just to like creating a small little piece of material to include in the project, but also to really foundationally rethink about how you're going about creating it. And then lastly, many open source projects are pretty severely under-resourced, right? And they're looking maybe to get resources, but even if they had access to like funding, we found that many open source projects, they don't even know what to do with it. Or if they're looking for funding, they're oftentimes stuck at this place where they're like, oh, I need to have like a really cohesive vision about how we're going to use funding to like maintain ourselves, and I don't really have that. And so if you want that sort of resourcing, then you need a strategy. And we think that design is a really great place of systematically thinking about this problem of community maintenance and creating a strategy out of it, which makes it easier to get the money, which is always a useful thing. So I think it was Jan earlier who said something that really stuck out to me. He said, oh God, I'm going to butcher it. He said, a lot of people think of design as product and experience, right? And he said open source design is community and, is Jan here? Community and ecosystems, thank you. I was saying it over and over in my head before I got on stage, and then of course I forgot it. And I really like that because it certainly matches a lot of how we think about open source design. But especially for us, design is a process, right? It's not just the creation of a widget or a button. That's a big part of it, and it's a useful part of design. But really, when we think about design, it's a process. It's a process of identifying problems and systematically creating solutions and testing them to overcome them, right? And getting people to think about design as a process, and let me tell you, working with academics, getting them to think about anything in a certain way is difficult. But getting people to think about design as a process is difficult. But by walking them through it, by being there as they go through the design process themselves, from our perspective, we've seen it really change how people think about not only using designers in community maintenance, but also using designers in other types of their projects. And so, just for fun, as I was thinking about this and talking with some of our old fellows and people that we've worked with, I was like, what do you think of a design contribution? And some of the responses, they really surprised me in a good way. They think about design much more holistically. I need to unify the brand across all these projects that I have, right? I want to improve the user experience of this one function of my app. People keep on complaining to me, but I don't know how to overcome it. And the way that works for me apparently isn't working for everyone else, right? Or I put all this time developing this really cool feature, and people aren't really using it, right? this is such a fundamentally different way for a maintainer to engage with designers. And for us, starting at community development is the perfect way to introduce them in a friendly and very, very useful and necessary way about how to engage with designers. So that's my talk. Thank you for having me. And does anyone have any questions?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. I'm Pau from Barcelona. Well, I would like to know, because you were talking about the community and also the maintainers, no? And I always come to my mind the question, all the open source projects that I've seen so far, the decision making, no? It's always the same format. I know that maybe it sounds a little bit strange, but it's an expression that it came to the open source, that it's a benevolent dictator. No, that it's you have 2-3 persons who at least is making the final decision, what is merging, what is inside. So I don't know if in your experience there is any sort of different ways to rule an open source, or it must be like that always. Thank you.
Yeah, great question. There's this author. You just asked like a question that's very near and dear to my heart. There's a guy named Nathaniel Schneider. He's a media studies professor in Colorado, and he researches this topic. And so what he claims is he says open source isn't democratic, right? Not inherently. It can be, but in the beginning, oftentimes it's implicitly feudal. So whenever you create a project, right, it always starts with one. Starts with the first commit, right? You can bring in your friends and whatever. You can give other people admin access to the repository. But it always starts with one, like the one Lord, right? And I think if you look at, maybe if you wanted a real-life example of something that's maybe governed in a significantly different way than that, you could look at something like the Debian project, maybe. Which is quite significantly different. It's a very large project. There's different people responsible for different parts. There's another tool called Community Rule. I think the website is communityrule.info, where you can create standardized documentation templates for different types of governing a project. So maybe you have people responsible for different types of the code base. Maybe there's some form of voting for active contributors or review periods. It doesn't have to be the benevolent dictator for life. And there is a lot of actually great resources out there assisting people in kind of discovering those. But I will say, as part of the process that we do, oh, the text is so small, a big part of the work that we do is actually helping people evaluate and determining what sort of governance procedures are best for them. And a lot of times you need to talk to the community. A lot of the work that we do is interview-based research with community members to determine how they're interacting with each other and what might be the most effective way of making decisions. It's probably a bit of a long in the tooth response, but I hope it kind of answers what you're looking for.
Hey. I love the different scenarios you showed about what some developers expect from a designer, and later down the line, what can be expected from said designers. I do wonder, I try to draw a parallel with software development, where ideally, any software developer could contribute with software architecture and solve big performance problems, scalability. But this is I don't think it's the easiest way to get someone onboarded, and having good first issues, bug fixing, those are easier ways to assess whether it's worth investing on that contributor as well. So I do wonder if you see some overlapping between the two design request groups you draw, and whether you do see the simple one as a way also to onboard designers that eventually can be of more help in the bigger questions.
Yeah, It's a very good point you make. And I think, I'm sorry, I forget, it wasn't Marie, but one of the women from Red Hat that presented earlier said that, when we onboard designers as contributions, it takes a lot more work to bring them on. And so you lose that sort of low-hanging fruit of an easy first commit. That something like maybe doing a logo design or kind of fixing maybe a stylistic change in a button could provide. And so I think one of the reasons why we like community maintenance and development as a place of like having these big onboarding, when our students, we pay them and they work full time on these sorts of projects, right? So it's not something that's like very easy to do for maybe a volunteer that only has a couple hours a week to participate. But we find that there's a lot of opportunities where a lot of people are so desperate and there's a lot of funding available specifically for figuring out how to better sustain communities and open source software, that at least right now at this time for us, it's a good opportunity to at least bring in as many designers into the community as we can. That might change down the line, and I do think that you're correct in that there's a connection between finding ways to make small contributions for designers as a way of funneling them in to kind of longer term, more sustained participation. I'm going to go back to my question slide. Thank you.
Okay. This is going to be great. This is going to be a live demo. I think Clara, Alonso, we're going to improvise a new chant, and it's going to be grid, 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 grid. Okay, great layout, live demo, world premiere.
Well, I'm going to start. Welcome to Grid, Grid, Grid. It's not very easy to pronounce, but let's go into that. Oh, sorry. Sorry for that. Our introduced.
Can you hear me? All right.
Yeah. Is this where it's not shown? So. In Penpot, everything is gonna be fine. So, hi there. We are Clara. I am Clara Garcia. I'm product designer from Penpot. I hope you know me from the emails I send you, like Clara from Penpot. It's me. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm Alonso Torres, also known as Alotor in Twitter. Yeah, I'm one of the front-end developers in Penpot. Yep.
And let's go back to this. So we are going to start with a warm-up, and I want to raise your hands, the one of you who designers in the room,
Yeah.
okay?
So Team Clara, no? And now, can you raise up those that code? Yeah.
Team Alonso?
Team Alonso, right.
And now
so
let's fight. No.
So we have a mixed audience, I think.
Yeah. 50%. That's all right. So we're going to start speaking about what Penpot is. Penpot is a design tool and to connect designers and developers. That's a philosophy that we have, not only in Penpot as a product, also in Penpot as a team. We work always connected. We work always hand to hand in every user story. Every functionality is designed in Penpot, from Penpot and to Penpot. And these functionalities are always raised from designers and developers. So the philosophy is to unify languages between design and develop. And as I said, in Penpot team, always design and develop work together. With Penpot, also we want to be didactical and minimize the gap between design and develop.
So when we started developing, well, maybe of you are familiar with the Flex layout. It's a functionality we released this year.
Yeah, this
our focus with the Flex layout was 3 points. We wanted to empower the developers to create flexible layouts, to have more reusable, more modular designs, so to enforce good practices. And also, for us, was hugely important to have a better collaboration between designers and developers, but always using open standards. And part of that philosophy was to, for example, use the same language as developers, because in other tools, for example, you could have the same concepts with different languages, with different language. And for us, it was crucial that this match, so developers and designers spoke the same language. So this is a refresher on the Flex layout. This is already in production in Penpot. So the thing is, what's the next step? So yeah, grid layout. I don't know if you are familiar with the CCS standards, but define two kinds of layouts. We have the flexbox layout. It's more thought for one dimension. So you, for example, have a big row or a big column, no, that controls the other dimension, maybe with wrap. But the grid layout, it's thought more for two dimensions. So you don't have only row or only column, but you have a mix of both. And also, the flex layout defines more a bottom-up approach. So basically, you define first the elements, and those create the layout, while the grid is the other way around. It's top to bottom, top down. So you usually you define first the layout, your grid, and then you put the elements inside.
So let's see
So stop talking and more showing,
yeah.
Clara.
Yeah. So this is a microsite that I have designed. It's a microsite design in Penpot, but it's a plain design with those elements. Let's make a grid design. So we create a board with this size. And now, in here we can see we have like 1, 2, 3, 4 rows or elements that we want to place in our grid design. So let's make this board like a grid, okay? We have now 2 rows and 2 columns. As you can see in there, we are talking in code language. So we have 2 columns and 2 rows. But we have said we need 4 rows. So let's...
Maybe you can hide this so you have more space.
Yeah. So there, we can place it here. And, sorry, we are...
So one thing we haven't talked about is that the grid layout is not exclusive. I mean, when it deploys its full potential is when you use together both tools, the flex layouts and the grid layouts, because as I was saying, both provide different tools, a different set of abilities for the designers and developers to use. So for example, Clara, yeah. Also, you can check that all the items, all the menus and the buttons reflect, they speak the language of the code. For example, we have the alignment, self-start, line self-start. That's kind of the alignment of the items. And also, we allow for you to define the areas that you have in the grid.
So let's see. We can now do this and adjust the content. And also, we have this. So I have this element in here. There is a mosaic of 4 elements with a title. And what's that? Oh my God, I have here a component that is a grid with a 4-row.
Lo has metido adentro. Lo has metido adentro. Es que está adentro.
Vale.
Se arrastra fuera mejor.
There, and now here. Okay. And now we have this. Thank you for the applause. We are going to copy-paste this. Now that is what we call agnostic component. So as you can see, we can have components with empty rows.
Oops.
Sorry. With empty spaces. And you can have a button, an empty button without anything inside, and you don't have to place it place something like plain text or lorem ipsum, because you can have a row or a space assigned to a concrete element. So this.
So, yeah, and you were watching also that Clara defined previously a component that has already defined areas. So you can think this has a lot of potential. You can define your layouts even without anything inside them. That's what I meant before with the top-down approach. You define your layout, and you can even componentize it, and then later use it in different pages or in your application, maybe different screens.
One thing that is important is for designers, we are always thinking in a layout, in a structure. And when we are designing, sometimes it's difficult to place things exactly when we want to place it. And for me, as a designer, I always design like that. Like, I'm going to place this here, and this here, and I need okay, agreed, and this is gonna be, I don't know, like 2 columns or so. But this doesn't have a reflex in code. So I am designing super specific pixel to pixel, but in develop who is going to implement this, doesn't have this information. With grid.
Well, maybe we can show them the code, really.
Okay.
Can you change to my screen now, please?
We have here, It's
mine? No, it's changed my turn.
Yeah, it's Alonso's turn.
Hello.
I think,
yeah, now it's my screen, no?
Yeah.
Okay, so, well, as Clara was saying, this is the grid layout is half the picture, no? Because we wanted to have a reflection into the code. I'm happy that in the talk before, this morning we have another speaker show us the old, the current code side of the Penpot screen, no? But we have done a lot of improvements in this window, because before we only have the SVG. Now we can also have HTML generation. And with a single button, we can create a web page with all the HTML and the CSS. And I'll show you that it's just pasting here, everything. And let me run. Sorry, I did. Yeah, no. Yeah. Yeah, and this is using standard. We are using. This is the Chrome inspector for you of those that are familiar. I don't know if it's with them. I'll need to create. Okay, so yeah, you see, we are using the grid that Clara defined. Here it's the definition of the rows and the columns. We did a basic layout for this presentation, but you can expect FR, percentage, all those units. And inside here, you see as well the other, for example, this one was also a grid layout defined inside. Yeah, here you have it.
Cuando me digas hago.
So back to Clara now, please.
So let's make a change. And I want, in my design, so I want to erase that and make,
Yeah, Clara, so we want to show you how a developer would interact with a designer. Clara is making a change in the layout, so she's getting one cell, select the cell. She's changing the layout, so instead of having four spaces layout, she's putting the top two together and leaving the other three. Yeah, can you change back to me, please? Yeah. So if we go again, yeah. While I was off screen, what I did was saving this in my Git. Well, I created a commit, and now I again copying all the code with the changes that Clara did. And yeah, the cool thing is that we now can see the difference of the code generation before or after Clara's change. So as you can see, well, she did change the grid layout of the first element, so it spanned three cells. Well, if you have worked with grid layout, you know this is kind of cool. Yeah, and here you can see that also, well, the previous data was removed, no, all this HTML. So, well, that's a bit of a taste of what we wanted to show you.
Yeah. And thank you very much. Any questions?
We have plenty of time for questions, so yeah.
Maybe we...
Here also.
Hello?
Here.
Hello?
Hi.
Oh, yeah. First of all, congratulations. It's a really cool future. It's like surrounding the circle. And just as a developer, we really want always more. It's like, and you are right now exporting all the code in HTML, and you have access to the CSS. It's like, how far away are you from adding breakpoints and being able to set the breakpoints and different? So it's like, we really want more.
That's the big question, no? That is the, yeah, it's in our roadmap.
Yeah,
Of course. We are right now working in a redesign of the components. So we usually work in parallel. So the next big thing probably it's the redesign of the components. Next, well, I suppose soon.
Yeah.
Because, of course, we understand this is
when you have
crying,
that, you need more.
Yeah, of course,
more.
This functionality screams no, to have the breakpoints because it's like, of course, we understand and we are working on that, or we will work on that in the near future. But I can say a specific. In fact, I think later, when is the Andy Stoll talking about the roadmap? Later, but it's today, no?
You can ask Andy later.
Yeah, Andy is our product owner, and maybe I don't know if you have talked to him before.
Who is Andy? No, thank you very much. Really looking forward to play with it.
Hi guys, I'm Dima, product designer, and a bit of a front-end coder. So yeah, well, thank you very much for the intro. Really cool stuff and illustrations. So amazing, thank you. Yeah, so my question, I have two questions if you don't mind. So the first one is like, what is the logic behind naming div classes, and is there a way to specify the class name?
Oh yeah. Well, we wanted to, well, not right now, but it's something we want feedback about. So we want, we work a lot with feedback. So this is really, we are working on it, and yeah, because this is just, we held this a bit under wraps to give you a bit of a surprise. But yeah, we always wanted feedback. And I suppose I was also thinking in class naming before, because, for example, with the code that is as it is right now, if you have the same design in two screens, as they don't share IDs, you don't really could, you know, like you have, they are like different. Even if your design is the same, they are different for the code generation perspective. So of course, one of the next logical steps, it's something to say to the application, no, these both are the same, so please don't generate a new ID. But if out of the box, out of thin air, I needed something to create a unique class name. But of course, probably a field, because that's the most easy thing is to put a field and let you put the class name. That's straightforward. I suppose that's the minimum thing that we will provide. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I personally will be watching the space for it. Thank you. Yeah, and another one is like about code export. I mean, maybe it's a question for the roadmap, but if you don't mind, are you planning to implement, for example, React export for the?
Well, we are going step by step. Right now we are exporting HTML, but as you can see, that's a select precisely because we thought to provide more exporting methods. React maybe, well, I mean, there are already online tools that convert you from HTML to JSX. But, well, there are a lot of export targets that we could go for. But yeah,
and also contributions are welcome.
Good point.
Yeah, Mike, thanks. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Hello.
Where? Yeah. Can you raise your there?
Yeah,
I am here. I think my question was just answered because I was about to ask that, but yeah. So I can only say thank you for implementing this.
You're welcome.
You haven't done yet the question. I thought it would be the first one. That it's when will be this ready?
When?
We are working on that in a test environment. So it's going to be a test environment beta for early users to try it and give us feedback. So we are going to send you an email or so so you can try it and give us feedback.
Yeah,
but we need to do a user testing first, and you are.
Yeah, a bit like we did with the Flex layout.
Yeah.
We will open we call for beta testers to try out and give us feedback, because I think it's even harder for the grid layout because it's more new, because other tools have Flex layout, but I think we are kind of the one of the first to have a grid layout, and it's more, your mind need to change a bit more.
And both Flex layout and grid layout combined, we need to test a lot of that. So
hypothesis.
Also, contributions are welcome, and feedback, also feedback.
So here.
No, that was my question.
When?
Thank
sorry,
you.
Sorry.
No. I was really impressed. That's really, really cool. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, really nice presentation. I'm sometimes, or more often than I should, I'm using Grid to stack stuff on top of each other. Is there support for that as well?
To stack, you mean like in a cell, inside a cell to stack stuff? Sorry?
Yeah, basically to, you define a grid area, and then you have the subcomponents use the same grid area, and by that you implement stacking on top of,
with
different sides of the grid, basically.
With Flex layout, you have Zeta index, and you can
Yeah.
do that. So you can combine flex layout with Zeta index and grid. And
Well, yeah, also I think that's not really a very best practice.
I know.
Right now, it's not possible, but well, we are open to change it in the future. But yeah, I think, for example, that use case, it would be easier to put a grid and inside a frame, a basic frame that you can have absolute position inside, or even a flex layout inside a grid cell, you know. And I think it could be much more maintainable. But I feel kind of bad telling you how to do things, really. So yeah, we are open. That's the kind of feedback we really want. For example, when we put out there the flex layout, I think the first feedback was the Zeta index and also the absolute positioning. It's something that we had in our mind, but for us wasn't a priority. But when we put the flex out there, the feedback was that it was really a priority. So we went and fixed it. So I think more around those lines right now.
So the last slide said thank you, but actually thank you for making it. And also thank you for not trying to reinvent the wheel and use the names from CSS that we know as designers. We know what justify means, what grid, what everything, and just making it easy for us to understand, even though sometimes CSS chooses weird names. It's good to keep with the weird.
Yeah.
But the HTML part was amazing. Although it's a bit dangerous to get in there because now we want everything, right? Like, oh, HTML, so maybe JavaScript, or maybe accessibility in mind. So where is the limit for you, or do you even have a limit? Do you plan to say, okay, no, it's only going to be layout, and we're not going to have like a linter or like other languages, or
sky is the limit.
Sky is the limit.
Sky is the limit, really bad.
Nice. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, but well, I mean, we are focusing. We usually, that's also, I'm going to call also again for Andy, because in the roadmap you will see our short-term goals. So, well, but I mean, we try to focus on the now. Well, because I don't think for us makes sense to have a very long down the road vision, because as we create new features and receive feedback, the plans change, you know?
Yeah.
So,
the feedback many times give us one direction that we don't have 2 months ago. So we are going step by step, but tomorrow we can think about one crazy stuff, and next year we are talking here about, I don't know. So.
Yeah.
Any more questions? No? Thank you.
Great. No? Great. Okay. I think you like that. Thank you so much. I think cool demos are really. It's really important that people actually working on those features show it, like this dynamic duo that we had today. So from the source of truth. So now we have a coffee break. About time. And but I would like to ask speakers or anyone actually having their name on the agenda to, instead of immediately going for some coffee and caffeine or snacks, come here and we have like a picture for all speakers. Okay, speakers, media partners, so we can have a nice group photo. Then we have the rest can go and enjoy the coffee. Then we have 2 parallel sessions. Here, you will have private GPT workshop. So super cool. We're going to put some tables during the coffee breaks, the coffee break, for people who actually brought their computers so that they can follow Ivan's workshop. So it's going to be cool. And then we'll have also a number of rows, a number of chairs, so people can just sit and relax, even if they don't have a computer. So that's the private GPT workshop immediately after the coffee break. In parallel, right there with the coffee break, we will have the open session for Penpot's roadmap. So yeah, you have some spoilers now, but of course, there's so much more that we want to build, and Carol and Andy will be delivering that open session. Probably it's going to be a bit interactive. It's going to be more like, yeah, open session, right? So instead of like sitting down, probably walking around and having some fun. So 2 different, just during the coffee break, just decide which one you want. I'll share with you that the workshop is going to be recorded. So that's something that you might want to know. Like it'll be available later. The open session will not be recorded because the logistics is not there. So coffee break, speakers, anyone on the agenda, please come here. Again, thank you. And okay. And the catamaran experience. Okay. Sorry, I forgot the most important thing. And then it's 7, I think it's 7 p.m. 7 p.m. 7:30. 7:30, please be on time, okay? We will be kind of, this is not like a fluid thing that you can say, okay, I came up late and just jump and see if I go on board. Be on time, and we're going to have 3 hours of amazing, Santa Cruz, looking to Barcelona, etc. So 7:30. Okay, so you'll have 2 hours still to just wander around, be here, keep chatting, just go and see, the neighborhood. Okay, so no more housekeeping information until catamaran. Okay. Okay, now coffee break.